Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Solo Self-Found Necromancer. Except this time, we're going to be making our way into Nightmare difficulty, because, well, we finished normal difficulty last episode. So episode 4 is now going to be Nightmare Solo Self-Found Necromancer. We managed to hit level 44, which is actually, believe it or not, pretty much the perfect level for entering into Nightmare. You usually want to be around 44, 45 for, like, a nice transition into Nightmare difficulty. It definitely helps, especially since Nightmare difficulty obviously has the resistance penalties and other issues. And joining me today is, of course, Mr. NiNi. Mr. NiNi is in my shirt. He's taking a little nap, but he is hiding in there. Isn't that right, Mr. NiNi? That is correct. I also just finished putting out my new server hamster song, if you guys haven't seen that. I'm going to link it in chat real quick for y'all. I spent pretty much all day today working on the server hamster song. Okay, I may have spent a little bit too much time on the server hamster song, but that's okay. I think it turned out pretty well. Stupid server hamster song. I had like 37 drafts of the server hamster song. I kid you not, 37 different drafts, and finally I came up with one that I thought was acceptable to me. What do I want to do with this guy? I mean, my first obvious thing would just be walk out into the Bloodmoor, finish the Den of Evil, and move on from there. NPC rank? I'm not really quite sure what you mean, Obama. What's an NPC rank? Okay, let me pull up my live stream here so I can see you guys chatting. Bink. Might as well throw out some quick advertisements. It's always nice to get people in here. Ranking all the town NPCs. Wow. Okay. I'm not really sure about that whole like S tier, A tier thing. I don't really like classifying items like that. I feel like it's disingenuous to classify things in that way, because it kind of gives the idea that something may not be worthwhile to use if it's not in like the S or A tiers, but which it's just patently false, because like even like a B tier skill that somebody puts in like the B tier category might actually be an S tier skill to a particular character, to a very specific character. And I don't know. Like, for instance, Drognin sells wands, scepters, and staves, right? So going along with your analogy here of ranking the NPCs, well, Drognin would be a really crappy NPC for a barbarian, a druid, an assassin, because he doesn't sell any of their stuff. But he's an S tier NPC for a sorceress, a necromancer, or a paladin, because he sells wands, scepters, and staves. So, you know, you can get like some pretty crazy stuff from Drognin that you can use on those 3 characters, but you can't use that stuff on any other character. You know, like there's all sorts of stuff like that that's going to be in the game that would modify like their ranking depending on what character was actually playing the character. You know, like what class you were actually playing and so forth and so on. It gets different. It gets difficult. That's why I feel like S and A and B tier rankings and stuff like that, they don't really do the items justice. Um, take for instance Razortail. Razortail is an amazing belt, but only for people who are using bows. So if you're not using a bow, you would probably never put a Razortail on. You know, it's just how it works. Mr. NiNi is with me today, as you can see. Hello, it's Mr. NiNi. You comes out to see us? Huh? You comes out to see us, little buddy? You want some scriptures? I like messing with him. It's fun. All right, so let's get ready here. We need to, number one, obviously, we've got to get our army running. And we really need to get our mercenary a little bit better equipment. Anything with plus the skills on it would be great. Saigon's shield, spirit shroud. I'm going to have to get him a lore helmet. What is the name of the animal on my shoulder, Philip? He is called a Chinchilla, and his name is Mr. Nimoy. Also affectionately called Mr. NiNi. My first skeleton might be a little rough. All right. The lifespan of a chinchilla is anywhere between like 15 to 27 years. 27 being like the Guinness Book World Records, and 15 being more like an average. So like 20, which is like somewhere in between, would be a rather long-lived chinchilla. They are a little difficult to take care of because they have some very special needs. Like, you need to make sure that they have roughage on a regular basis. Otherwise, they will be. No, hold on. I got a shrine. I got to resummon all my minions now. You got to make sure they got roughage on a regular basis. Otherwise, they end up having teething problems. You also want to make sure they don't get their hands on anything they shouldn't eat. Usually, though, if you take care of them, they're pretty hardy animals because they're desert animals. And desert animals are pretty easy to take care of, just in general. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever like even thought about that before, but you know, when you're an animal that lives in the desert, you know, it's pretty easy for you to, you know, do without water for a certain period of time, or do without food for a certain period of time, because they're almost like engineered that way, where like, you know, they know things are going to be rough. Their body is like set up that way so they can you know, ration water and ration food for long periods of time. And I'm not necessarily saying that as a means of like, hey, abuse your chinchilla, but like if you forget to give your chinchilla water, like that particular day, it's not going to be that big of a deal because they're literally animals that are used to, you know, dry conditions. So it's not like they don't like already have that kind of built into them. Whereas another animal that is not a desert animal, you know, you don't give them water for one day and they're like dying. Same thing with food. You know, they're very good with food. You usually do have to make sure they have something to put in their tummy because their tummy has to keep going. So they just doesn't matter what they eat, anything. Like if you run out of food, give them something just so they have something to, you know, like turn the wheel. You can't hear the game sounds. Yeah, I forgot. I was building that video today, and the server hamster song, and I forgot I turned off my desktop audio. I did indeed. Thank you for reminding me. Let's see if we can get a roll on this head. So if you guys have never played around with rolling heads, not bowling. No, not bowling. This is actually something that you can do with heads. You can re-roll them for skills. Sometimes it works to your advantage. Sometimes it doesn't. You need an L rune and you need a chipped gem, which I have plenty of. And you put the L rune, the chip gem, and the head that is cracked, broken. It has to have some kind of damaged modifier. And what you're doing is you're trying to repair the damage modifier. And in doing so, it resets the eye level of the item to the lowest eye level that item is capable of. and then it randomly rolls the effects, so I can get different skills. And obviously what I would be looking for as a Necromancer is Skeleton Mastery, Skeletons, maybe Amplify Damage. Let's see what we get. So we got +3 teeth. Wah, 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 wah. But as you can see, re-rolling the heads can yield you other skills. And Skeleton and Skeleton Mastery are two of the skills, or rather a couple of the skills, that can roll on an eye level 1 item. So the only skills that can roll on an eye level 1 item are Amplify Damage, Bone Armor, Teeth, Raise Skeleton, and Skeletal Mastery. So what I'm looking for, I'm hoping for, is a +3 Skeleton, +3 Skeleton Mastery, and then maybe like +2 or 3 Amplify Damage. Doesn't really matter for Amp. That's just icing on the cake. But anytime I find a cracked head like this, I will probably try and re-roll it and see if I can get a +3 Skeleton Mastery, Skeleton Head. And then probably what I'll do with that is turn it either into a Rhyme Shield or into a what's the other one called? Splendor. Splendor is a +1, which would effectively give me +4 to Skeleton and Skeleton Mastery and will help me along my way quite well. I don't think spiders count as animals, Tomac. I'm pretty sure they're arachnids. That's an arachnid. That is an arachnid, sir. Yes, you can only re-roll it 1 time because you're not technically re-rolling it. It's just a byproduct of the process that we're using. So what you're actually technically doing is repairing it. And once it's repaired, you can't repair it again. So you're stuck. Superior Unraveler Head. +2 Bone Spear, +1 Life Tap. It's worth 35k. Well, in Nightmare difficulty, it's only 30k. But that's not the song. The song is 35k in the bank, 35k in the tank, 35k in the bank, 35k in the tank. Checking my blues and all the right. Hey, nobody said you could go in the second shirt. Okay, there's 2 shirts. Little helicopter tail. There's 2 shirts, helicopter tail. You get to go inside the first shirt and not the second shirt. It does work for wands. Yes, it does. The problem, I think, with the wands is that whereas the heads, I think, can always have 2 sockets, no matter the eye level. The wands, I think, are stuck at 1 socket sometimes. And so re-rolling them means you can't put, like, a white rune worder in them or anything. But you can still re-roll them, and you can still try and get something nice. It's just, I don't think you're going to be able to turn them into anything. I could be wrong on that. I can't remember specifically. I mean, we could always try and repair one next time we find one. The only issue is we need an infinite number of L runes, which for some reason are actually kind of rare. I kind of wish, and this is kind of like maybe just like a little bit of a silly thing, but I kind of wish that there was a shop that sold like the bottom tier runes, like the really low runes, like maybe like the bottom 3. So like Eld, and what's the third one? Is it like the tier rune? I'm trying to remember like which runes. I can never remember the exact order. Yeah, Eld, and Tier. Tier might be a little overpowered, but like I kind of wish there were shops that sold Eld and Eld runes, and probably at like an exorbitant fee too, like 35k or something, or something high, just to make it prohibitive for you to just simply buy them and like roll them up. But like if you wanted to get an L rune and you couldn't find one, which happens to all the time, like it would be kind of nice if there was somewhere you could go that you could buy a freaking L rune. It's literally the dirtiest, cheapest, most common rune in the game, but for some reason it never drops. I don't think I could turn this wand into a white, even though I would really like to. I would really like to turn this wand into a white. Not that I have a Dole or an IO laying around, which I'm going to have to get eventually, but... I mean, I could always try the socket recipe. I wish there was some way I could, like, check the eye level of the item to see... like whether or not it could get 2 sockets, because a lot of the times with these lower level items that come from relatively low level places, it's a little difficult to know whether they can get 2 sockets or not. I think this one might be too low level, and I think it's only going to get 1 socket.
It's locked. It's locked.
Hey, alright, you mean click on the same chest like 8 times. It's locked. Did you know, boys? It's locked. It's locked. Not sure if you knew, but it's locked. It's locked. God dang. The key. Mr. Nate, you know, for an animal that has like an excessively large amount of fur and is probably warm your entire life, even in sub-zero temperatures, you certainly do like to cuddle. Downgrading a rune could be interesting. I do feel like downgrading runes could be interesting. Could also help stabilize the price of runes, so that there's not such a vast difference in the value of one rune over the other. Like for instance, you know, a Zod rune would become a lot more valuable at that point because you'd be able to take a Zod rune and downgrade the Zod rune into, you know, like 2 chams or whatever. Maybe there could even be a penalty to it. Maybe when you downgrade a rune, you don't get 2. You only get 1. So maybe you downgrade the Zod rune into a cham, and you lose the... and you lose 1. So you don't get 2 chams, you only get 1. It could be like a direct downgrade with a loss. I sense many spirits around the stones. +3 holy shock, that's worth some dough. You like my new song? Thank you, thank you. I tried my best. Better off spending real money. Why would you be better off spending real money?
Greetings.
I have no clue what you're talking about there, bud. I'm never gonna be on that side of the equation. Rockinishu is scary. He is indeed. It's very scary. He's a very scary individual. Alright, I need to do some upgrades here. Keeping some of these chippies for specific things, but I'm going to upgrade the floods. Three flawed skulls, and it can become a regular skull. I mean, number one, foul runes aren't really worth that much.
Welcome.
You can find them all the time. They're relatively common. They're not as common as a tier rune, but the guy was just being an idiot and was offering you less than it was worth. That has nothing to do with the value system of the game and everything to do with just the guy being a douche. Alright, we got the waypoint. Ooh, a shale rune. All suckin' now. Got a shale rune. Da-na-na-na-na. And now we're set up to make a rhyme shield. Rhyme shield, one of the best shields you can make early on, and shale is definitely needed for that. So great find there. Very good indeed. So, after what I learned about the poison damage in this game, you guys are going to laugh at me, but I don't want the poison mages. I don't want the poison mages. So, every time I get a poison mage, I'm going to kill them. Because the poison mages are going to be, their damage is just going to get canceled out by the rest of my army. So, they're absolutely useless. So, anytime I summon a poison mage, I'll just kill him. And he'll just be a sacrificial mage, and I'll hope for the non-poison types. Another poison. No, sir. We ain't playing that game, sir. There we go. We got a fire. A grand charm. +1 maximum damage. Ooh, I'm so excited. Yeah. You're... Bone Necro better than Summoner. I find that Bone Necro doesn't have any problems killing things, albeit it's a little slow. It's a little strange that Bone Necro kind of just like... you really kind of have to spam your abilities, and faster cast is definitely important. On top of that, you have to focus on Bone Spear rather than Bone Spirit, otherwise your damage is really slow. And then on top of that, you also have issues with... skill points, because to build Bone Spear to its maximum, there's such a large amount of skill point investment. Yeah, we're in Nightmare now. Nightmare Players 8. Pretty sure it's still on Players 8. Let me double check, just because I always got to double check and make sure. Yeah, we're on Players 8. Did I even do Den of Evil? Did I just like skip right by Den? I think I did skip by Den of Evil. Let me go back to town and do Den of Evil real quick. I want my skill point. Because Enigma is an endgame item that is exceedingly rare and is not something that you are supposed to have on every single character that you create, Elise. And every single character does not need an Enigma either. You can play the characters and beat the game without it. Yes, it's going to take you a long time to get a rare item. Yes, it's meant to be rare. Buying it on the website is a cheat. It's a convenience. It's like going to 7-Eleven and buying a bag of chips for $6.99 when you know you could wait until the morning and get that same exact bag of chips for $1.99. You are paying a convenience fee. You are going online and buying something to have it before you should normally have it. That is not a legitimate method of obtaining items, nor is it the right way, nor is it okay just simply because you can't get the runes for your exceedingly rare item. I'm sorry if I'm being a little rude here, but I feel like you're honestly like going out of your way to throw a temper tantrum like a child because you can't get your hands on that thing that is exceedingly rare. A easy analogy would be like an adult human being around the age of 40 years old complaining and crying that they can't afford a Ferrari that is $500,000 and that the only way to get a Ferrari is to steal it. So it's terrible, and they need to revalue Ferraris to make them less expensive. So I'm going to go to the store, and I'm going to steal a Ferrari because that's the only way that I'm ever going to be able to obtain one in any realistic amount of time. Otherwise, I would have to work my ass off for 10 decades to get enough money to purchase a single Ferrari. Well, guess what? Ferraris are rare, and everyone is not supposed to have one. And Enigma is also rare, and everybody's not supposed to have one. So if you're complaining that it's difficult to get, guess what? That is exactly how it's supposed to be. End rant. I don't know how I missed the Den of Evil. I'll just walk right by it. I did walk right by it.
I sense death within this place.
That's right. All of you die. I don't like you resummoning all these monsters, sir. A whole lot of minions. Stop resurrecting everything. Oh, you guys about to get some corpse explosion. I'm tired of your crap. Blow up them bodies. How you gonna resurrect the blowed up bodies, huh? How you gonna resurrect the ones all bones and bits? What's up, Chad? How's it going, man? Topaz. I need to keep my eyes out for 3-socket armor so I can make myself a nice little magic find plate. Nightmare time. How did I kill my own summon? With the de-summon ability right here. Unsummon. Relinquishes control of one of your creatures. Sir. That's right, get him. Goodbye, you are the weakest link. Yes, excellent.
I am overburdened.
I'm about to get some massive upgrades to my skeleton. To my skeleton, to my skeleton, to my skeleton, to my skeleton. I got my to my skeleton, to my skeleton. Got my skeleton now, to my skeleton. How's it going today? It's going good. I'm having fun. Oh, a gem shrine. Always happy to find a gem shrine. Hold up. Wait a minute. Stop. Gonna get me a topaz out my save. Stop. Gonna get me a gem. Oh, yeah. Perfect topaz just for me. Perfect topaz. Oh, yeah. Always nice when you find a gem shrine on a solo self-found run. Definitely want to make sure you don't waste those, and you always want to make sure you get flawless out of your stash. Upgrade that to a perfect for yourself. You can even hunt gem shrines. It's actually pretty easy to do on single player, and it might be something I'll have to play around with. Actually, yeah, I might have to just like have some fun playing around with gem shrines. Because I'm going to need a lot of gems for upgrading stuff. I'm going to need a lot of gems for, like, you know, specific activities. And if I don't have enough perfects, I'm going to run a dry of certain possibilities. I might have to do some gem shrine farming. What's up, buddy? my paycheck from YouTube just hit. It kind of sucks getting paid only once a month, though. I don't know if you guys have ever had a job where you get paid once a month. It's a little difficult. You gotta have some restraint. You gotta budget. You gotta budget your money. You gotta do all sorts of crazy stuff. Gingers have souls. We got souls on the bottom of our shoes. Okay. You're hiking through the mountains, huh? That's always fun. I used to love go hiking. I've went up Crabtree Falls in Virginia, quite a few different areas. I live near the Appalachian Mountains, so we used to have a lot of fun going up there. It's not as crazy as the Rocky Mountains, but by the way, I don't know if you guys know this. I don't know why I'm advertising for a company that I don't get any benefit from. But I don't know if you guys have ever taken a look at the website Box Lunch. It's a website where I got my cool Dragon Ball Z jerseys. They're currently running a 70% off sale on like most of the website, which is pretty darn cool. And you can pick up a lot of crazy cool like clothes and hats and like bags and stuff. Not to like force you guys to like waste all your money or anything, but there is some really cool stuff on there, and 70% off is a lot of percent off. So I figured I'd let you guys know just in case you wanted to take a look. Like I said, I got my jersey there, my Dragon Ball Z jerseys, the green one and the purple one. And they've got a lot of other really cool things in there other than Dragon Ball Z. They have a lot of Disney stuff too, like a lot of Disney stuff. They also have a lot of anime stuff as well, and some items from TV shows, but it's mainly anime and Disney, from what I've seen. Sounds like you need to start using them to re-roll your equipment, Fred. All one skill point away from the complete skeleton mastery. 1 point away from the masterful skeletons of the masterful land. Full-powered skeletons that do my bidding, yes please. Give me all the skeletons for me. Look here, Warp Cloud. How do you like this? Punk. Cause you did, punk. You have no direction. What do you mean no direction? Sounds like you sound like you're a song. Talking about One Direction, you're no direction. Tell me why I can't figure out the way to go. Tell me why I have so much to show. Tell me why I can't even sing this song. 'Cause I've got no direction. There you go. That was a freebie for you guys. Hey. It is what it is. Cause got. Stop resurrecting things. Hold on, just a minute. Wait, slow it down. Got a little bit of that crowd. Hey, slow it down. That's right. Boom, bitch, out the way. I ain't got no time for pay. Alright, moving on to the next on the list. That's right. And more songs from No Direction. Such as, my shoes are too tight and I can't undo the laces. Somebody triple tied them and I'm going aces. Come on down to the town and we'll fight some clowns now. I don't really know what I want to do. It's not fun when you have no direction. And the cult classic, My Toilet's on Fire. Oh, my toilet's on fire, and I don't have no water. I tried to flush, but there was a brush stuck in the hole. What do I think about Dragon Ball Super? It's great. Fucking amazing. You kidding me? Dragon Ball Super is exactly what we all needed. Exactly. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's exactly what we all needed. 2-socket flail.
I can't carry anymore.
Let me synopsize all the Dragon Balls for you in a heartbeat. Okay. Dragon Ball was the story. It's the lifeblood. If you haven't seen Dragon Ball, you're an idiot. I hate to say that, but you're an idiot. If you like the Dragon Ball series and you haven't seen Dragon Ball, then you're stupid. It's literally the lifeblood of the show. Dragon Ball Z had a very poor story, but amazing fight scenes. Dragon Ball Z was fight scenes, okay? So Dragon Ball was the story. Dragon Ball Z was the fight scenes, okay? Now, Dragon Ball Super fills a role that neither Dragon Ball nor Dragon Ball Z filled. Dragon Ball Super is the continuation of the story after what happened at the end. Everybody always wants to know what happened. Like, Dragon Ball Z is like, and they lived happily ever after, the end. And everybody's like, that's not the end. They didn't just live happily ever after, that's the end. What actually happened? We want to know. Were there babies? Did people hook up? Did Goku ever become more powerful? Did Gohan ever stop reading books and train some more? What actually happened? Dragon Ball Super is literally the continuation of what actually happened. And that's why Dragon Ball Super is amazing, okay? And I don't care what nobody says. Dragon Ball Super is amazing because it gives us what we were asking for, the continuation of what happened at the end. What actually occurred after the happily ever after. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. And Dragon Ball GT, completely non-canon, and I hate it. Every time somebody pulls up GT in a conversation, I'm like, You know what the only thing canon about GT was? The only thing canon about GT was Vegeta's mustache. That's it. Vegeta's mustache was canon. That is it. that is the breadth of the canon things in Dragon Ball is the mustache. Dragon Ball rant much? course I'm gonna rant about Dragon Ball. I love Dragon Ball. Have you never seen any of my videos? Like half my videos I'm wearing Dragon Ball Z shirts. That's a very nice little charm there. 5 max, 36 attack rating, level 16. It's too bad I'm solo self-found, and it's meaningless to me. But it is a very nice charm, though. It is a very nice charm. Oh yeah, let me bring up chat. I almost forgot I took all this stuff off because I was recording my server hamster song. Let me see if I can bring this back up. Oh yeah, here's stream chat. Let's bring stream chat back up. Why not? And a little tip ticker. There you go. In case any of you guys want to donate, always appreciate it. And a little tip jar. Why not? And anytime you guys subscribe or shoot a tip my way or a thanks or like a super chat or something, it pops up in the tip jar. I always think that's pretty cute. Got little chanchullas in there. There you go. Look, now my screen is cluttered with stuff. Are they ever gonna make Dragon Ball X and Y? Dragon Ball Z was called Dragon Ball Z because they were the Z fighters. All of the fighters that took place in Dragon Ball Z were Z fighters. Dragon Ball Super is called Dragon Ball Super because it revolves around the Super Dragon Balls. So the existence of the Super Dragon Balls comes to light essentially, and Super Dragon Balls are obviously kind of insane. They're very insane, and that's one of the reasons why everybody wants to get after them. They're literally planet-sized, so you can obviously see how the entire freaking show is based around them things. I mean, they brought back to life entire universes. They're pretty damn powerful. And the original Dragon Ball didn't have a name because it didn't need one. I don't even know why I identified that. I can't even do anything with it. Having fun murdering everything. It's so much fun to sing. I mean, there's entire books that are based around the Necromancer. If you're that into the lore, Ricardo, I'm sure you could find the books that talk about what specifically the Necromancer was trying to accomplish. I know for a fact there's a whole bunch of books on the Necromancer. I got one perfect topaz, yeah. I can finally put some magic fire down. One perfect topaz, yeah. Got a perfect topaz and a shield. So this shell rune is going to be my ticket to finally getting a nice shield. I just need to find a good head to put it in. It's going to take me a little bit. I might want to start bumping up my strength a little bit just in case I come across a decent armor. I have no idea what I'm going to come across, and so if I come across a decent high strength option, I'm going to want to put it on. Even if I come across something like Silks of the Victor, which is 100 strength. Silks of the Victor is +1 skills, and +1 skills is better than not having +1 skills, so... A circlet. Ooh. Please be +1 Necromancer. 10% faster run walk. 77 to attack rating. 43 life is a nice little bump in life there. I might give this to my boy here. 43 life will give him a nice little survivability boost. I mean, he will lose that 10% faster hit recovery, but I think it'll be alright. He's a range character anyway. He doesn't really, like, super duper need that.
This tree shines with inner spirits.
I'm looking forward to the next season of Super. We're going to be talking about Dragon Ball Z a lot on this channel, by the way, when Super comes back out, because I'm going to be watching, like, every episode. I've already kind of kept up with the manga a little bit, so I kind of know what happens, but I haven't, like, dived super deep into it to the point where I'm, like, you know, crazy about it. So there'll still be some surprises for me, I'm sure. Which will be fun.
All that's left of proud Tristram are ghosts and ashes.
And speaking of non-canon videos, did you guys see that really awesome Dragon Ball Z video that somebody made on YouTube? I mean, totally non-canon. It's like not the right story at all, but it was still very fun to watch and very well done, very well animated. If you guys haven't seen it, as a Dragon Ball fan, you owe it to yourself to give it a look because it's really cool. So much going on over here. All my damage is getting spread out way too much. I mean, that's basically what solo cell phone is, Fred Man. That's what I'm doing right now. We've also done similar runs in the past with things like what's the term? Mock ladders, where we do mock ladders that are very similar to that. So it's something that we have done in the past. The mock ladders were actually really interesting. What we did was everybody was basically restricted to obviously what we found, and you could trade in between members of the group of the mock ladder, but no outside items were allowed, and you had to adhere to the rules. If you were caught having outside items, you were shamed into non-existence. But basically, the mock ladder form would be kind of exactly what you're talking about. Everybody starts from scratch. Nobody has any items that they carry with them from other characters. You can trade items, but only items within the same group. And we did 2 different mock ladders at some point. If you look on my channel, I'm sure you'll find videos where I have the word mock ladder in there. And for some reason or another, everybody still thought I was talking about like an actual ladder reset. Despite the fact that it was not a ladder reset, it was just a mock ladder. I'm like, do you guys not know what the word mock means? Like, I'm gonna start fighting kids. I'm gonna start fighting kids. Favorite character to run through the game with? I think, honestly, my favorite characters in general are pretty much the Amazon, the Necromancer, and the Paladin. They're my 3 favorite characters. And the Assassin and the Druid get kind of an unfair shake because I started before they were in the game. So before the Assassin, the Druid were added. So the Assassin and the Druid kind of are really low on my list, just simply because I kind of really played all the base characters first. And I had less time in the original days, like my nostalgia days, so to speak, playing with those particular characters. So Assassin and Druid just kind of get an unfair shake. I never really liked Barbarian. It wasn't necessarily that I thought the Barbarian was bad. It was just like, from my perspective, the Barbarian was just always like a subpar character in many regards. and I didn't really enjoy playing him because he was very, very much so dependent on his weapon. And a lot of the times when you're playing a character, it's very difficult to get a good weapon. I don't know if you guys have ever actually tried to do a solo self-found like paladin, or a solo self-found barbarian, or a solo self-found like shapeshifter druid, but getting your hands on a decent weapon can sometimes be insanely difficult, especially before rune words, which is when I was originally playing the barbarian during that time period. There were no rune words, so you couldn't just craft yourself an item to use on the barbarian. So the barbarian was very often like unable to complete content just simply because he didn't have a good weapon. And then later on, when you did go to get a good weapon, you know, he was decent. But like, it was such a pain in the butt getting that good weapon to actually make him viable. And I think that's probably the reason why I didn't really enjoy the barbarian as much. The sorceress, I played her to death. And I tried out every single variation on the sorceress that you could possibly try. I literally built every single character that you could ever think of. Firewall sorceresses, Inferno sorceresses, Enchant sorceresses, Hydra sorceresses, Ice Blast sorceress, Glacial Spike sorceress, Blizzard, Frozen Orb sorceress. If you could think of a build, I tried it. And I think what ended up happening with the sorceress is I just kind of got burned out on the sorceress. To the point where I had just literally done every single build imaginable on her, and I didn't really want to play her anymore. And so that's why you don't normally see me playing sorceresses, because they're just not really my kind of character. And I've already like been there and done every single build on the sorceress that I could possibly do. And I also feel like the sorceress got kind of an unfair shake when immunities were added, because the sorceress before immunities and the sorceress after immunities was two different creatures. If you never played the sorceress before the immunities were added in Diablo 2, the sorceress was like just kind of like a crazy, ridiculous character. You could dual spec, you could tri spec, you could quad spec in frickin' in the original game, because you could have abilities that weren't synergized. That was another thing. There was no synergies. And so you could do silly things, like you could build a Hydra / Frozen Orb / Lightning / T-Storm sorceress. You could do crazy things like that in the original game before they added all the synergies and whatnot. And so, like, the sorceress changed way too much for me. Like, in my mind, I see the sorceress as it was, and not as it is now, which is probably the wrong way to look at it, but it's just kind of the thing. Mr. Nate, can you stop hanging half in, half out? In or out, okay? In or out. You don't pay for the air conditioning in this shirt. You don't pay for the air conditioning in this shirt. You pay for the electricity. You pay for the food. You clean. You put this in the washing machine. You clean this. No. Half in, not allowed. In or out, sir. In or out. Shut the door. I'd like to see rune words that have things that could make very interesting builds possible. A rune word with Holy Shield could be interesting, as long as it's on a shield. I think it would. I think the requirement for Holy Shield would number one, either that it be on a shield, or number two, that it's on an armor, so it competes with Enigma. I'd like to see more items that would give players a second doubt of basically saying, wow, this item is amazing, but I'd have to take off my overpowered broken Enigma armor and then make them make that choice, because like I feel like armors in particular are a really good thing to work with here, because you're basically trying to make alternatives Not something better. We're not trying to make something better. You're making alternatives. And you make good enough alternatives, and people will, believe it or not, people will choose those alternatives if they're good enough. Like, for instance, let's say they created an armor that had, like, an O skill with +3 Holy Shield on it or something. I guarantee you that there would be people who would take off their Enigma to cast Holy Shield. Now, Holy Shield might not be the best choice here, because Holy Shield could technically be casted. Then you could take off the armor and then put on, you know, like, put your Enigma back on. So, maybe Holy Shield might not be the best choice for something like this. Maybe it would have to be something else. Something that would force you to have to wear the armor and keep wearing it. I'm trying to think off the top of my head, but nothing's coming to me right this second. But, you know, game development is difficult. It is difficult. Let's see here. An armor that gives you the ability to cast lower resistance. That would be an interesting option. Like an O skill, lower resistance cast. Or maybe even an O skill amplify damage cast. Both of those I could see as forcing a person to take their Enigma off. Because number one, the curse doesn't last long enough to allow you to basically just swap back and forth between your Enigma and your amp or lower resistance curse casting item. So you'd have to keep it on if you wanted to get a continuous benefit from it. And there might be some other choices. There's a lot of different things in the game that could be really, really sick as far as like alternative choices. Aura on equip items are definitely interesting. But I do feel like aura on equip items have kind of been done to death. What are some auras that haven't been added to items? Trying to think off the top of my head. We already have cleansing. We already have meditation on an item. We already have conviction on the infinity pole arm. Holy shock, holy freeze, holy fire. Those are all on items already as well. Salvation. Salvation could be a very interesting one. If they made an armor that had like a really high level of salvation, that could be kind of nuts. You know, in the future, we're going to be getting new rune words. They pretty much said we're going to get new rune words every single time we go forward into a new season. So, I would expect to see new rune words. Expect them. Yes, P8 all the way through, except for maybe like the really early levels when I forgot to set the player count. But I think I was at players 5. Like, right in the beginning in Act 1, and I think I remembered to change it to P8, like, I'm pretty sure it was before Act 2, so yeah, I've been playing P8 basically the entire time. Let's go kill the Countess. Let's go kill the Countess. Let's go kill the Countess after all. My mage is back there just shooting directly into the wall. I got the most intelligent creations in the world. Their brains are on the outside, sitting on the floor. My stupid little mages, they don't know what they're doing, 'cause my stupid little mages are running for mayor. +1 meteor, that's worth 30k. Yeah, 35k in the bank. 35k in the bank. 35k in the bank. 35k in the tank. Ah, yes. The server hamster. I wonder if I got any new comments on my server hamster video. Let me check my server hamster comments. Ha, it looks more like a server chinchilla to me. Shawmek thought that my chinchilla died. I'm like, he's literally right here. Like, Mr. NiNi, is you dead? He said no. Mr. NiNi's not dead. Okay. I don't know why you guys thought Mr. NiNi died. And if you listen to the end of the song, you would have heard that Mr. Server Hamster did not in fact die, and it was in fact a plot, a secret plot to escape the entire time. And Mr. Server Hamster did in fact escape from his oppressor. He did in fact escape. But it's still sad because he had to pay rent. Poor little server hamster had to pay rent. Lose a lot of mana taking off that ring, but yeah. Sell it. 30K in the bank, gotta put it in the tank. 30K in the bank, gotta put it in the tank. 30K in the bank, gonna put it in the tank. 30K in the bank, gonna put it in the tank. Giant miniature space hamster. You know what I was thinking of doing? I got so much gold, and it's a pretty decent amount of gold. I'm approached. What do I got? 1, 2, 3. I'm at 1 million. I got 1 million gold so far. I was thinking maybe trying to gamble a circlet real quick. I don't know if it's gonna work out for me, but how much is a circlet gamble? Or are circlets even available in here for me to gamble? They are indeed. 50K a pop, though. Terrible. A coronet. 86K for a coronet. Pff, screw that. I ain't want no coronet. Get off me, sucker. +1 assassin. Why you gotta do me like that? Why you gotta do me like that? Why you gotta do me like that? Why you gotta do me like that, sir? Why you gotta do me like that? Why you got to do me like that? Why you got to do me like that? I'm not really sure if this is a good idea to gamble for circlets. They're a little bit expensive, and I can't gamble them repeatedly. Let me take a quick look at the unique helmets. Kind of get an idea of what I might want to gamble for. I think I can gamble for some of the elite bases, or exceptional bases, sorry. I could also try and go for a Tarn Helm, which is +1 to skills, but I doubt I'll get it. There's really not a lot of good choices in the exceptional bases for + to skills, is there? There is not. Gambling is never a good idea? What? What are you talking about, sir? Gambling is always a good idea in Diablo. Except for when you don't have money. You know what? Let's try for a Tarn Helm. How about that? Tarn Helm could be fun. If we get a Tarn Helm, that would definitely help us out a lot on our journey here. Magic Find wise, and also plus to skill wise. Let me make a little room here so I can actually gamble more than one helmet. +2 shadow disciplines, 10% faster hit recovery. You little freaking hacker sucker. I'm not an assassin. Okay, first an assassin circlet, and then we get an assassin skull cap. I am not an assassin. Stop giving me assassin equipment. Freaking turd face. Freaking turd face. Mr. Nimoy is floating, okay? He is floating. He's a floater. That sounded wrong. He's not a turd. Even though I call him a turd occasionally. I do actually call him a turd. Gambling's the best thing to do with your gold. The only other thing you can do with your gold is literally gamble bases for crafting, and it still involves gambling. A dull rune halfway to a white, boys. Halfway to a white wand, yeah. Halfway to a white wand for me. Halfway to a white base, oh yeah. Maybe the counters will be nice. Cody is the turd. Be the turd. Envision the turd. Feel the turd in thy veins. I always tell people this and nobody believes me. Runes are basically garbage. So Diablo treats runes like they are garbage. Okay? Everybody's always surprised when a freaking burr rune pops out of an urn. But I'm telling you, Diablo treats runes like they are literally trash. They are the same exact class item as arrows. They are the same exact class item as Scrolls of Town Portal. They drop from trash areas because the game treats them as trash. Those of you guys who don't click on barrels, and you don't click on baskets, and you don't click on urns, and you don't click on the little bodies and all that other stuff, where all the little trash items pop out of, you're doing yourselves a bad service, because that's where the frickin' runes come from the majority of the time, is from the stupid little pots and urns and crap. I have found so many good items from barrels and urns and rocks that I can't even count them all. I'm pretty sure my first burr rune literally came from a rock. I found a perfect Mara's from an urn in Stony Tomb. I literally found several high runes from basically just urns on live stream. You guys can go back and take a look if you want to. One of them was literally, we were running wrong in Worldstone Keep, and somebody clicked on a random pot in Worldstone Keep or whatever it was, and out popped a freaking jaw rune. I mean, I click on everything because, quite honestly, you never know what the hell's gonna pop out of the stupid things. Tal's armor, which is a really popular armor, especially for early ladder because of how good it is. Tal's armor literally pops off of the stupid weapon racks in Mephisto's throne room. And 9 times out of 10, whenever I go into Mephisto's throne room after somebody has killed Mephisto, they don't click on any of the racks and they don't open any of the chests. And I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you? I'm like, why are you going to spend all that effort to come down here and kill Mephisto, and you're not even going to click on the stuff down here that has a really good chance of dropping what you want? He's a turd. Rant over. Just going to start saying rant over from now on. There he goes again. Ginger Gaming Mentors on another rant. Now he's on his clicking on the barrel rant. Heard this one 7 times. The barrels are rude, though. They explode in your face. Ooh, ghost armor. It's too bad ghost armor makes you look like a frickin' hobo. Why does ghost armor make me look like a hobo? I don't want to look like one today. So I'm seriously considering not going with Corpse Explosion for now. And for the first time ever, I'm really heavily considering actually building the mages. Because they've been, you know, fixed. And I kind of want to see, like, what it's like to run the full mages now that they've fixed it on, like, a solo self-found run. Now, granted, I would never build mages first, so it's not like I've done myself a disservice here. This is the point at which I would choose between either building the mages or building Corpse Explosion, which is, arguably, Corpse Explosion is probably going to be a better choice. However, I'm kind of interested to see how max mages would work. So for the next, what is it, 19 levels or 18 levels, I guess I'm going to be pumping points into Skeletal Mage. And I'm going to get them up to a point where they can actually contribute. Mr. Nee, don't chew on my headphones, please. I know you know better than that, sir. Did you just fart? I'm pretty sure I smell a chinchilla fart. Did you just toot? Did you just chinchilla fart on me? Sir. This is serious business, okay? You can't be farting in people's faces. It's rude. You're supposed to go over there and fart. Point your butthole in the opposite direction. And I know you ain't got butt cheeks and you can't hold it in, but that don't mean you can't be a gentleman and poop off the corner, sir. I got plenty of gold. I don't need this Grand Charm of Greed anymore. 21 to mana. Ooh, freaking sexy. I'm going to keep the Grand Charm of Greed, though, for maybe farming Council or something like that. Could be interesting. I fought in your general direction. I'm loving how freaking fast my little dudes are just, like, chewing through these monsters, though. I mean, for players 8 Nightmare, they're kicking butt. Kicking butt and taking names. The mages do no damage. They used to do no damage. They got buffed. All of them got buffed except for the lightning one. The lightning one always did good damage. Apparently, the cold and the fire one were lacking severely, and the poison mage had a huge issue where the duration of the poison was increasing with the level with the damage, which essentially made the mages, like, it didn't make any sense. Like, their damage was going up, but so was the duration of the poison was going up. And so, like, effectively the damage wasn't going up because no matter how high the damage went, the duration just increased right along with it. And when you, like, averaged out how much damage they were doing per second, it was exactly the same as, like, a level 1 poison mage. So they capped the duration for the poison one. And The problem is, though, is after that poison bug that we discovered, we pretty much discovered that the poison mages are useless now. So yeah, I'm strongly considering, like, as I build my army strong enough that the mages don't die on a regular basis, I'm just gonna like unsummon the poison ones whenever they come up, and I'll move on, because I don't think the poison ones are gonna work well with an army, judging by everything that we've discovered. It's not really about them killing anything by themselves, Kyle. It's about cumulative damage as a total, like, along with the skeletons. Also, the fact that when I get to hell difficulty, there's going to be a lot of physical immunes. The mages can help kill those physical immunes. Even with amp to break the phys immunity, I'll still have a little bit of, like, non-physical damage to help, you know, make it go a little bit quicker. It's always nice for things to go a little bit quicker. Scale mail of terribleness that I'm not going to pick up. Skelly Warrior is GG. They are very good. Extremely good. And besides, if the mages prove to be absolutely useless to the point where I feel like they're just not worth using, I can always respec out. I got 3 respecs to use, and I probably will eventually use them. I don't want to use them, though. My brain has been fashioned in the days of old, you know, where we didn't have respecs available to us on a regular basis. So I like to build my characters in a way that doesn't, like, involve respecking them 6 times before I hit hell. In fact, I generally frown. I mean seriously frown. I mean, like, the biggest frown that you can imagine on my face. Like, imagine somebody drew a frown on my face. Like, literally just drew it on there. Like, that's how big I frown upon multi-spec, like, respecking character builds. I absolutely despise people who respec their character 2 to 3 or sometimes even 4 or 5 times before they hit hell difficulty. Like, I don't care, because I'm just going to be a holy fire paladin until I hit this act, and then I'm going to respec into this build, and then after I hit this difficulty, I'm going to respec into this build. And then finally, when I hit this difficulty, I'm going to respec into this build. And I'm going to do like 18 different builds, and then finally when I hit 93, I'll respec into my final build. Can't stand that kind of gameplay. Like, just play the game, buddy. Just play the game. Like, why do you gotta respec 18 times to get to level, like, 63? It's not that serious. Oh no, I lost some mages. I mean, some warriors. Not mages. I did lose 1 mage, but... Surprise! Everybody gonna get exploded. A shale rune. Freaking Cathin's mask. It's like so not even worth picking that up. I mean, I'm not a caster type. I've already passed normal difficulty, and while it does have some halfway decent like effects on it, it's just not worth picking up as a nightmare necromancer. You respec 63 times by the time you hit level 18. Wow, G-Stacks. You know, props to you for farming all those tokens. Props to you for farming all those tokens.
Well.
Yes?
I don't know. I just come from the time period when, you know, respecs were not available. I know many of you guys out there watching also came from the time period when respecs were not a possibility. We're not just talking about, oh, they're difficult to get, or, hey, you only have one. No. There was a time in Diablo's lifespan where literally you had absolutely nothing. Like, there were no respecs ever. One skill point out of place, well, guess your character's not going to be perfect ever, so you might as well just delete him and start over. Delete him and start over. So it pretty much trained me to actually make my characters playable. Like, you know, put my points in at the right times, put my strength and dex and stuff in at the right times, instead of just simply, like, hanging on to all my skill points or like, respecking 18 times. Like, you actually have to build characters that are viable all the way through from normal difficulty to hell. And it's something that is, honestly, it's fun to do, because if you can build a character that can actually level up normal, nightmare, and hell difficulty without respecking, honestly, I feel like you're much better at the game than a lot of other people are. You were hell viable, Y2K compatible? Y2K compatible. We're pretty far past Y2K at this point. I'm glad that Diablo 2 wasn't the same as Diablo 1. Diablo 1 was a cheat-filled, hack-infested, everybody had duped items game that literally was just like insanely overrun with dupes and cheats and exploits. Like, I mean, granted, Diablo 1 is a very fun game, and if you go back to it today and you play it, you know, it's fun. But check out my recent playthrough of Diablo 1 and look at how many times we were able to dupe items and cheat our way through stuff. Like, that's the way that Diablo 1 was. Diablo 1 was a cheat-filled, dupe, exploited madhouse that literally, like, half the time you'd die in town because somebody would be cheating to the point where they would just, like, kill you while you were shopping for potions at Adria. Let's not pretend that Diablo didn't have its flaws. Diablo 1 had lots of flaws. It was a fun game. It was a very fun game, but it had lots of flaws. Diablo 2 fixed a lot of those flaws. I would actually like to see a Diablo 1 version, maybe like a remaster someday, basically revolving around the like online aspect. And basically Diablo 1 given like a Diablo 2 makeover, in that the save files are all stored on the online on the servers, and for them to patch a lot of the dupe exploits and stuff, and then everybody could go online and play Diablo 1 multiplayer, you know, as it was originally intended before everybody started cheating the ever-loving crap out of it. Fire Golem and Confuse. 30k in the bank. Town was a no-kill zone, Red Fire Elf. You are absolutely 100% correct. And I am also absolutely 100% correct that you would still die in town while shopping for potions. That is literally the conversation we're having, is that literally Diablo 1 was a cheat-filled, exploitative, like, ridiculous game where people were using hacks left and right to break the game in many different ways, and that was an example that I chose to show that Diablo 1 was broken in that way. Because, yes, you were not allowed to PvP inside of town. And yes, people would still kill you while you were shopping for potions. I remember distinctly dying in PvP many times to the hackers that were using that, whatever that mod was or whatever, that allowed them to PvP in town.
I can't do that here.
And I couldn't even fight back either. That was the sad part. Like, you couldn't even fight the person back. You were just, they just could PvP you and you couldn't PvP them because you didn't have the hack. But Diablo 1 was fun in a lot of ways. And I would really like to see a resurgence of Diablo 1 if it's possible. You know, they don't really have to go out of their way to change a whole lot. You know, just fix a couple of the most common exploits and make the anti-dupe, you know, procedures a little bit more stringent so that we're not like in a sea of dupes. Maybe have some sort of like anti-dupe sweeps similar to Diablo 2, because I don't think there's any anti-dupe sweeps in Diablo 1 at all. Because it was all offline single player, so there was no anti-dupe sweeping. And on top of that, you know, like Diablo 1 has checksums and stuff like that to make sure characters don't have more stats than they're supposed to have, and they don't have their character modified in certain ways. If there were online checks like that for Diablo 1, it could be an interesting online experience. Mr. Nee, what's the matter, buddy? Oh, dang. Merc just died. All my archers are dead. Or my mages are dead. I'll grab my Merc back real quick.
Hello.
He's an integral part of my setup here. Hey, he leveled up. Ugh, 3-socket ring mail. I mean, I don't really want to just like throw freaking a bunch of perfect topazes in a really crappy armor like this, but I do need a 3-socket armor for magic fighting. Oh, if you take a look at my recent videos, Fuzzy Muppet, we played around with a dupe glitch for a while. We were duping everything. We even relearned how to do the dupe glitch. It was surprisingly easy, and I'm honestly surprised that I even forgot how to do it, because it's literally just a timing thing. You literally just drop an item on the ground, and then at the same time as you're dropping the item on the ground, you click a potion on your belt, and so like you pick it up and you pick up the potion at the same time, and then the potion turns into the item, and it's super easy. The more I did it, the better I got at it, to the point I could literally just dupe items on command. Found a cool helmet, dupe it and give it to your friends. That's literally what we did, by the way. Like in our little multiplayer playthrough, we literally just duped items, and like if somebody found like a really cool ring or a really cool sword or something, we were just like, hey, you want this ring? And we're like, yeah, I need rings. And we would just sit there and like dupe the ring like 6 times, and everybody would have 2 of them on. Unofficial Cody B. Why not official Cody B? Kickity, 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 kick. Kicking everything, kick. Kickity, 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 kick. Yeah, Diablo 1 could use a stash. Like, I know Diablo 1 never had a stash, and adding it to the game could potentially be like a, you know, an evil thing that changes the game in a way, blah, blah, blah. Diablo 1 needed a stash. Okay, it really needed a stash. And you needed somewhere to put your gold. Having the gold be stuck in your inventory was a little crazy, especially when you got into like the higher gold amounts and literally the gold was just filling your entire inventory to the brim, to the point of insanity where you like literally couldn't even like do anything because your gold is just it's just filling up every space of your inventory that you have. This is Mr. Nay. He's in my shirt. He likes to run in my shirt and then he likes to come right back out. I don't know why. One super healing potion for me. One super healing potion, one for me. Nom-bomb. +1 to decrepify, but only 1 socket. Only 1 socket. Only 1. They always be doing that to me though. They give me something really cool and then they're like, but only 1 socket. But only 1 socket. But only 1 socket. Oh my god, why are you guys not dying? Die faster. Sometimes you gotta like spend a little time and like direct your army because otherwise they just never walk over here and they never kill like, the monster that needs to be killed. You gotta go stand next to him and be like, this guy is the one that you want to kill. And they're like, we didn't know. Can you do a SFF? You mean solo self-found? Straight through, no respec as a Frenzy Barb? Frenzy Barb is fun to do. It's a little difficult if you don't get good weapons, though. It can the lack of a good weapon drop can hurt that build severely. That's why barbarians are always so hard to play in solo self-found, just simply because you've got to get a good weapon. I remember one time I did a playthrough on one of my characters and was trying to find a good weapon for him, and I could not find a good weapon for him to save my life. But I ended up finding a rare staff, and the rare staff had ITD on it. It had sick damage, elemental hits, lifesteal, freaking mana steal. It was like the most godlike, stupid staff I'd ever found in my life. And it was the best weapon that I had. So my paladin was literally running around bonking things with a staff. An ITD, dual leech, freaking high elemental damage staff. And he was freaking wrecking with it. And I don't even care. But that was what I had. So, you know, you use what you find. I don't know. I kind of like the minions being something that you don't really control. Like, I've always kind of enjoyed that element of it. Like, yes, you can summon forth an army of the undead, but they're not necessarily, you know, like directly under your control. It's like a story element sort of to it that you know, yes, he can summon back these skeletons and create them, but they sort of have minds of their own. You know, they exist in this world, and you're trying to arrest control over these creations, but you don't necessarily have full control over them. And I always thought that was very interesting.
I can't carry anyone.
And you can control them in ways. You know, you can decide where they go by simply moving in certain directions because they follow you. But I've always actually enjoyed the lack of control for the summons. And teleport gives you a measure of control. I did not enjoy the stupid techniques and stuff like that they put into Diablo 3. I thought those were terrible. Like the ones where you could like command your entire army to attack a target, and like your entire skeleton army would just like jump like some sort of frogs onto the target and start to kill them. I did not enjoy that about Diablo 3. The Minotaur, I think I already have that one actually. Even if I don't, though, it's probably going to be coming up on the list because I'm working on axes next. And yes, I do already have the Minotaur. There it is right there. Already done, AoE. I linked it for you in chat. It's not a fan fiction. It's having fun playing the game. I think a fan fiction is the ability to like control an entire army and basically tell them to do something and they all snap to it like immediately when none of them even have brains or ears. They're skeletons. They're not wolves. Now the druid being able to control his little pack, I think would be very interesting, because obviously he's a druid, and dogs, or rather wolves, are very capable of fulfilling commands. So he can have a bevy of commands, like stay and attack, and you know, like all sorts of cool stuff. Roll over. Like, what are you guys doing, army? Get in here and attack some stuff. Battle orders, that's 30k, I believe. Did I even click on the waypoint? I don't think I clicked on the waypoints.
Yes?
I mean, monster AI in Diablo 2 is legendary. They even said as much when they were remastering the game. They're like, and we thought about changing the AI of the NPCs and stuff, but then we were like, no, because that would like fundamentally change the game and the way that it's played. And they're not wrong. Like, changing the AI of the critters would in fact change the game, and might have unintended consequences that would make the game either A, too easy, or B, too difficult. I'm just glad they did away with the invincible mercenary bug that people were exploiting for like 1,000 years. I've never been a big person when it comes to exploits or cheating the game. Essentially, it's not something I've ever really enjoyed. And the I don't know whether I should even bother keeping that. But the a lot of the bugs in this game that got exploited on a regular basis always used to just bug me, especially when people complained when they got taken away. Like, I just never really cared. Like e-bugging, I never really cared about e-bugging, and same thing with the exploit that people use to make their mercenary invincible. I never really cared about that either. Like, I was more interested in making my mercenary a viable mercenary, like one that could actually, you know, survive on his own, as opposed to using a bug that made him invincible.
All this for a hammer.
And then the day that they took it away, everybody cried and complained. Like, there were so many people crying and complaining on the internet about the bug being gone. And I'm like, good. Like, yay. Oh, Aggro's been subscribed to me for as a member for 4 months. Thank you, Aggro. If you guys are unaware, I do have a membership option if you want to support the channel. If you want to support me, I mean, the channel is me. I don't really have anybody else that works with me. Although technically, you're also supporting my girlfriend and her daughter, because most of the money goes to them anyway. And you get some cool little emotes. You get there's some other little things in there too, as well as some discounts on my my merch shop if you want to get like a shirt or a hoodie or something. We're getting into those cold months soon here. Hopefully, by God, it's been way too hot. So, you know, you might want to pick yourself up a hoodie at some points. Could be an interesting thing to get your hands on. My hoodies, the hoodies are actually really nice. Gotta think whether I want to imbue something right now or whether I want to wait. I think I want to wait. I want to wait. Oh yeah, you can also join my Discord. It is, obviously we do Diablo stuff on my Discord, but it is very much so a Discord that is revolving around specifically my YouTube channel. So you'll see a lot of stuff for my YouTube channel on there, whether I'm playing Raft or whether I'm playing some kind of sort of horror game. But we also do a lot of Diablo stuff on there too. With the ladder coming up in the next couple weeks, ladder reset, we're probably going to be getting really busy on there. Right now we're in kind of a little slow period, which always happens in between ladder resets, but time will tell. I have a feeling that whatever big feature this is that they're coming out with is probably going to draw a lot of people back. Every time they come out with one of these real big features and they add all these new rune words, everybody wants to come back and take a look at them. So we're probably going to see a pretty big resurgence in population for like at least the first like month of ladder, I would say. What do I think the new feature is? It's hard to tell. There's so many good options that they could be running right now. Like there is so many good things for them to choose from. It's really just a matter of what did they choose. Yeah, by the way, if you want to join us for the ladder resets, you do need to be in the Kinship, and you need to agree to the Kinship's rules. So if you're interested in that, there is a Kinship charter on the server, and the instructions on how to become a member of the Kinship are written there. I mean, it's really not a super big deal, you know. You just kind of have to agree not to be a jerk. That's literally the half of it right there. It's just like I could sum up all the rules literally just like don't be a jerk. Unfortunately, a lot of people choose to be a jerk anyway. And there's really not a whole lot I can do about that other than ban you from the server. So, you know, don't be one of those jerks that gets banned. How about that? We've had a lot of really stupid things go on the server, and I mean, I could literally tell you just the silliest stories from our kinship first ladder reset of the kinship. We had one guy who literally. Okay, so let me preface this by telling you about our swap games. So this is something we do on a regular basis, is we do what's called a swap game. During ladder, everybody eventually has a bunch of items that will pool up in their character that they don't necessarily need, right? So one of the things that we do is we basically create a game, and it's a swap game where everybody comes and they drop items that they don't need, and they pick up items that they do need. It's a swap meet. And it works really effectively to help characters build, you know, what they need. We have two different kinds of swap games: the private kind of swap games and the public swap games. Okay, so if we have a public swap game, obviously it is going to be non-kinship members, and non-kinship members are allowed to come into our swap games as long as they are open to the public. And usually we will open the swap games to the public after they have been, you know, private for a little while. So everybody in the kinship has the opportunity to grab what they want. Well, in the live stream chat, somebody said that they wanted to run a public swap game, and I said, sure, public swap game. And I posted the public swap game into our kinship chat and basically made sure that everybody knew that it was a public swap game, because you don't want to drop an item on the ground that might get stolen by somebody, basically. You know, because in the kinship games, we don't care. You could drop a freaking Enigma on the ground, and in the kinship, nobody's going to take your Enigma. It's just going to sit there on the ground. But in a public swap game, if you drop an Enigma on the ground, what do you think is going to happen to a public swap game Enigma? It's going to get snatched up faster than a baby by a dingo in the middle of the Australian desert. All right? It's gone. So this particular person, he joined one of the public swap games, and he dropped a white Monarch shield. Okay, not a socketed Monarch shield, not a Spirit Monarch shield. It didn't even have 4 sockets. It was just a white Monarch shield that needed to be rolled or Larzicked. He dropped it on the ground in the public game, and of course somebody swooped it up immediately, which he should have immediately already knew was going to happen. And then he proceeded to throw a fit that his white Monarch shield got taken. Now, as kinship members, we didn't really care because we were just going to offer him another white Monarch shield. We had plenty. By that point, we had already amassed like 6 or 7 of them, and we were using them to make spirit shields for the kinship. So when he lost his white Monarch shield, we immediately offered him a replacement. But oh no, it was the principle of the thing, and his white Monarch shield had been stolen. And he was not going to rest until he put the person who stole his white Monarch shield behind bars. And if we weren't behind him to have the person who stole his white Monarch shield put behind bars, we were against him, and we were the devil, basically. And like, this is what went on for like several days. I kid you not. Several days, literally, this guy would not shut up about the white Monarch shield that he lost, and he would not take a replacement. To the point where literally I had to be like, okay, dude, like, if you can't drop this subject, like, I'm just going to have to ban you from the server, because it's just getting to be too much. Like, you literally, like, he literally came into the server one day and offered a 20,000 gold reward for the ear of the person who stole his white Monarch shield. I kid you not. A 20,000 gold reward. And 20,000 gold isn't even... Like, the shield itself is worth 35k. I don't know if you guys have ever taken a white Monarch shield to Larzick and sold it, but it's worth 35,000 gold. He literally didn't even offer more gold than the shield is worth. And it was so freaking stupid. And literally after I confronted him and was like, hey, you need to stop, like, this is getting ridiculous, he got like super defensive, and he's like you don't understand. He goes, that white monarch shield was worth a whole lot. He goes, it was the beginning of ladder, and that white monarch shield was worth more than anything, and you guys are making it seem like the white monarch shield wasn't worth anything. And I'm like, dude, we literally offered you like 7, like literally the moment that you lost it, we literally offered you like 7 of them. And then we started, like, after he lost his shield, we never passed up a white monarch shield, and we just started collecting them. Like, we literally would just collect them and drop them in games. And, like any swap game, like, would have, like, 6 to 7 white monarch shields just sitting on the ground. And nobody would even pick them up because nobody needed them anymore. And that's just one of the absolutely silly, ridiculously stupid stories that I've got to tell you guys. Like, there's others from the ladder reset that are just absolutely stupid as well. One of them was a guy that had been with us for a really long time. But he seemed to be in this really weird habit of, like, trying to get sympathy, like, by telling stories of terrible things that happened to him. And in the beginning, you know, you feel sorry for the guy. That's how things work. Like, most people are human beings. They have hearts that beat. And but it became like a pattern where, like, it was like he was always telling a story where he was the victim. And it was really strange because it didn't, like, ever seem like he was ever at fault. And then one fateful day, he came into the live stream. Some of you may remember this. And he told a story about how he had encountered a strange bug while purchasing items that would enable a person to steal money from a person's credit card or debit card, right? And he said he then proceeded to take this information about how to perform this particular way of stealing money from somebody's credit card or debit card, and he posted it on the forums for everybody to see. And he tried to elicit sympathy because he got banned for posting this information on the forums. And I literally was like, dude, you can't post a hack like that in public view. Like, that is like really, really a bad idea. Like, you don't take something that could potentially cost people thousands of dollars and put it into the public eye and go, hey, look at this way that you can steal money from everybody's credit cards. I was like, you don't do that. I was like, you got banned because you did something really stupid. And and he did not agree. He did not agree that it was stupid. He did not agree that it was the wrong thing to do, and he also did not agree that the ban was appropriate. And it just got worse and worse from there. Sometimes it's hard to reason with people, and I don't really know what to do other than try my best. I mean, I didn't really think I'd ever have to ban anybody. I always thought that, you know, you could just reason with people and just be like, hey, you know, this is how things work, and we're going to do it this way. And they'd be like, oh, okay, you know, I didn't know. No, you tell people that what they're doing is, you know, not the correct way, and then they immediately just take offense. They immediately take offense. Just 100% offense. And, you know, it wouldn't have been so bad if I hadn't seen it, like, firsthand. I think that's where things go wrong, is you start to see these things firsthand. And when you see them firsthand, that's when you realize, you know, hey, something smells fishy in Denmark over here. We had another guy who was apparently mooching off of the entire Kinship, and he was doing it in such a way that was absolutely just ridiculous. His story is one of the craziest, I think, probably of the entire lot. Don't I have another L? I do have another L rune. Oh no, it's a flawed. It's a flawed for the weapons, and it's an eld, I think, for the weapons, not an L. I'm doing it wrong here. Hold on. Flawed. Or is it a chipped? God bless it. +1 teeth. Boop. All right, so I'm going to tell you guys this story, and we're going to have some fun with this one because, I mean, why not? This is my content. He told this story on stream, and we argued about it too, by the way, until he got upset and left the server. So in the game, so in Diablo, you can G-rush a character, okay? I don't particularly enjoy G-rushing characters. I think it's kind of a cheap way to, you know, like cheat yourself of having fun. But G-rushing is something that you can do. And if you ask me for a G-rush, I'm probably going to tell you no, because I don't like G-rushing people. But this particular character was obsessed with the idea of G-rushing his characters. Now, normally, when somebody G-rushes a character, there is a point at which the character can fend for themselves, okay? So at the point that a character can usually fend for themselves, they do. And the important thing here to remember is that you know, you can generally fend for yourself around level 65 in hell difficulty. Like if you've got your points spent right and you put on a couple pieces of equipment, you can usually kill something. You can usually contribute in some way. If you're a paladin, you can have an aura that's useful to the group. If you are a you know, like a sorceress, you could maybe throw up some enchants or something. Like there are ways that you can be useful even when you're not useful. And being G-rushed is essentially the process by which you take a level 1 character and you bring that level 1 character all the way to hell difficulty still as a level 1 character. So you're literally in hell Act 4, because you can't get to Act 5, Ancients. And you're literally just a level 1 character in hell difficulty. So you mooch. That's what you do. You're a level 1 character. You don't have any other choice. You mooch off of other characters, okay? But it's with the understanding that once you get high enough level and you're capable of contributing to the group, that you do, okay? So generally around level 65, maybe like level 70 at the latest, you usually are powerful enough that you can contribute to the group, all right? This particular person had decided that he was not going to contribute to the group at all until level 90. And that is a really long time, okay? The time span from level 65 to level 90 is a very long time. And he had chosen not to increase or make his character viable in any way. He did not equip them with anything that made them actually useful as characters. He did not put any of his skill points in. He was playing an Amazon at this particular moment, and his Amazon didn't even have 1 point in dodge, avoid, and evade, which are the 3 basic skills that help keep your Amazon alive. And he was dying over and over again because, you know, he literally didn't have any points put into anything, basically. And I looked at the character screen, and, you know, the first thing that I did was hit the P button, pull up the party screen to see what level he was. Because, you know, if a character is dying over and over again and they're like level 40 in hell or something, then yeah, obviously, they're going to die over and over again. They're under-leveled. They don't, you know, they don't belong there. That's not where they're supposed to be. So them dying over and over again is perfectly acceptable. You know, them being in the wrong place isn't acceptable, but they're mooching EXP, and it's kind of understood that as a character who's a low level, who's mooching EXP, you're going to die. But this guy wasn't a low-level character. He was like a level 86 Amazon. And I'm like, why the hell is this level 86 Amazon dying like literally like 3 times every 5 minutes? And so I started to question him on like what the hell's going on, because I'm concerned. I'm like, hey, why are you dying so much? I was like, you know, do you have any points in your evades, dodge, you know, avoid, evade, and dodge? And he didn't even know what they were. Like, he didn't even know what the hell the skills were. And I'm like, and we're talking to him and we're trying to convince him that, hey, putting 1 points in these is going to help keep you alive. And then come to find out he hadn't put any points into anything. That he was literally just running around just like as like a naked character with no armor, no skills in anything, just kind of like completely useless, probably wearing whatever garbage he picked up off the ground, like by accident. And then we were like, well, hey, you know, if your resistances are low, you know, we'll go do the quests real quick. Have you done your Hell Anya? And he's like, oh, I haven't even done my normal difficulty Anya quest. And I'm like, you haven't even done your normal difficulty Anya quest? Did you do, like, the normal difficulty Iswal? Or, like, your normal He's like, I haven't even done the normal difficulty Den of Evil quest. And I'm like, so you've basically chosen to just be the worst version of your character that you can possibly be. Like, the absolute dirt worst version of your character that you can possibly be. I'm like, and we started talking to him about, like, the normal difficulty quests, because who even cares about the hell difficulty quests at this point? Because he's obviously chosen not to do any of these particular quests, right? He's gone out of his way to choose to be a useless character, okay? But as a level 86 character, even if you're wearing garbage, you can still do your Iswal quest in normal, your Anya quest in normal, your Den of Evil quest in normal, and grab your 5 stat points. Like, not doing those normal difficulty quests is so freaking ridiculously stupid that I literally lost it on this guy. Like, I started to talk about how literally he was basically letting his house burn down. Like, I made an analogy, and I'm like, dude, you do understand that these quests are so easy that literally, if you spent like 10 minutes and went and did these quests, you would get 10 all res and +4 skills, like literally like that. But you're basically choosing not to, and I'm like, it's literally the equivalent of, like, your house lights on fire. You're standing right there. You see the house light on fire. There's a fire extinguisher literally within arm's reach, and you're basically choosing not to put the fire out. Like, that's basically what's going on here. Like, you are in a very terrible situation, and even just a little tiny bit of effort on your part would pull you out of the flames, but you're literally just choosing death. Then he proceeds to tell me that when he hits level 93, he'll gear up his character and he'll put his skill points in. So at level 93, then he'll be an actual functioning character. But guess what? When he hits level 93, he stops playing the character entirely.
I can't carry anymore.
So... So we had this really silly conversation where I was basically like, he's like, well, at least I have all these characters leveled up, and I played them. And I'm like, did you really play them, though? I mean, you got G-Rushed from 1 to level 90, and then at level 90, you kind of halfway played the character, and then at level 93, you stopped playing the character entirely. I'm like, did you really play the characters? Because you pretty much just mooched off of everybody until you got your character up where you wanted. I think poison needs to be fixed. Yes, bright and black. If they don't fix poison, with the exposing of the way that poison works, in my previous test video, I don't really think a lot of people are going to be running poison builds anymore, unless they're strictly poison builds. And even then, they might avoid poison builds in group scenarios. I mean, the truth of the matter is, Dunskeed, he was wasting people's time. Very much so. And we had so many people complain about him in the Kinship because he was basically just mooching off of everybody. Like, I mean, you gotta imagine you're building like 15 different characters, and you're not actually playing any of them, so you're not actually farming any of your own equipment, and you're not actually doing anything worthwhile. So, of course, you've got to have your hand out on the regular basis to get items. Nothing has happened to poison, Rob. It's always been this way. There is a bug in poison that has existed apparently since day one, 22 years ago. Apparently, and it has never been fixed. Basically, what it is that anytime any kind of damage affects a monster, while poison is also affecting the monster, the poison damage is essentially negated entirely. So especially in the case of a Poison Nova Necromancer, if you have a full army attacking a monster, the army is hitting the monsters enough times that they will negate the poison damage enough where literally the poison damage does nothing. Poison damage applies on a per frame basis, so there's 25 frames in 1 second, and if you have enough critters or enough monsters or enough minions hitting a monster while the poison damage is in effect, it will consume all 25 frames. And while all 25 frames are consumed, the poison damage cannot tick and does not tick. And not only does it not tick, but apparently it doesn't even continue forth. It doesn't sally forth, so to speak. So, you know, let's say you had a 1 second poison that lasted for 25 frames, and a melee attack consumed, let's say, 10 of those 25 frames. It doesn't even continue the 25 frames further to 35 frames to make up for the fact that it wasn't able to tick 10 of the 25 frames. Instead, it just completely negates 10 of the frames, and you only end up with 15 frames of poison ticking. And that means that the poison damage basically just gets completely negated when any kind of other damage is applied. I did full testing on this. If you want to take a look, there's a video on my channel about the poison. I did a live stream. We tested everything, and the results were very clear that literally having an army, like a Necromancer army or a large amount of monsters hitting a target at any given point, will just completely negate the poison damage. In fact, in many of the examples, poison alone was faster than poison and the minions. I'm trying to... I wonder if I have my my results here. Hold on, let me see if I can pull up my results. I can just paste them into chat for you. And honestly, the results will tell you just about everything that you need to know, Rob. But if you really want to take a look at the video is more extensive, and I definitely do go over just about every kind of over just about every kind of scenario that you could imagine. I think the only one that I didn't test was mages. I did not test the mages, which could be interesting, but I kind of would like to test the mages eventually. There you go. It's kind of long, and you'll have to sort through it a little bit to understand what's going on. But those were the final results. Stream chat doesn't have any kind of formatting, unfortunately, so all the formatting was deleted as soon as I copied and pasted it into stream chat. Hey. Now, one of the things I think we're going to have to do on this run is I think we're going to have to farm a little Nightmare Andy. We really need plus to skill equipment. Any kind of plus to skill equipment that we can get our hands on. Doesn't necessarily have to be anything super crazy. And we definitely want to make sure that we've got, like, just as much plus to skill equipment as we can on this Necromancer. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to make it when we get to Hell difficulty. And Nightmare Andy, if I remember correctly, is one of the best monsters to farm for, like, plus to skill equipment. She can drop Sojas, which certainly would be a very lucky drop. She can also drop things like the Spirit Shroud, which is the unique ghost armor. I'm not 100% sure if she can drop a Skin of the Viper Magi. I don't particularly need that armor, but it would be a nice find nonetheless. I'm pretty sure she could drop Silks of the Victor too, which I certainly wouldn't turn down. A lot of good options like that I could potentially get. Also helmets. There's also some plus skill helmets. A Saigon shield certainly wouldn't be bad at this particular point. Just lots of the things. Vampire Bowler. I'm not on Discord right now, obviously, because I'm streaming, but I'll say hi to you on there eventually. Until you join the Kinship, I don't know if you want to join the Kinship. You won't be able to see the Kinship channels either, so those are all hidden from you. That's how Discord works. Generally, all your channels are locked behind certain types of permissions and stuff like that that allow you to, have a more restricted access. The Kinship is something that is a little bit more heavily policed, I think, than maybe some other things. Because, we've got people dropping things on the ground like Enigmas and Fortitudes and all sorts of stuff like that. And the last thing we want is somebody coming in just stealing all the items from them. Not that I would particularly care if you steal items from me, because it doesn't really bother me one way or the other. But some people get pretty upset about that kind of stuff, so I want to make sure that that doesn't happen. I am unable to farm specific items, Jay. It's part of my rule set. Rule number 1 of my solo self-found is I'm not allowed to use any other items from any other players or characters. No trading, obviously, which I have restricted completely by being single player, so I can't trade. And then number 3, my specific rule on this solo self-found run, because I feel like it's important for solo self-found, is I'm not allowed to specifically target farm an item. I can farm, but I cannot target farm a specific item. And that is a pretty big distinction. So, like, if I were to say I want a Arm of the King Leoric, well, I can't specifically target farm an Arm of the King Leoric. If I find an Arm of the King Leoric, well, then that's good. But I can't specifically target farm it. Random runes, yes, I can make a lore if I get some random runes. I actually already have one lore. I found a soul rune as I was going through normal difficulty, so I actually already made one. But I'd like something a little bit better than a lore helmet. Plus, I need a second lore helmet for my Mercenary. So if I can get like a +1 Necromancer, like circlet or something like that, I can take this lore helmet and I can put it on my Merc. I was actually kind of considering trying to imbue a circlet, but it could work out. I don't know. It also might not work out. I actually had this argument with somebody before. They were like, you can't even target farm a smoke from normal Countess, and I'm like, no, you can't specifically target farm anything. You can farm, but you cannot target farm. And it like blew their wig back, and they couldn't understand. They're like a smoke. Which, by the way, I'm wearing a smoke. By the way, I mean, sorry, a stealth. I meant stealth, not smoke. Ooh. Yeah, it's the first time I've actually got a decent pair of boots. It's too bad mine have faster hit recovery on them. I'd actually like to keep that. But the defense on the Rite of Passage is actually a hell of a lot better than mine. Yeah, let's go with the Rite of Passages. A little bit extra defense can go a long way in Nightmare difficulty. Prevent me from getting my butt handed to me. What wand am I using? A wand that I managed to find. A +3 Golem Mastery, +3 Raised Skeleton, +1 Skeleton Mastery. I do not believe that it can be socketed with 2 sockets, though. I'm pretty sure it's 1 socket only. I could try and Larzik it, but I'm pretty sure it's going to get 1 socket. Which means I can't make a white. I also don't have an IO rune yet anyway, so it's really a moot point at this particular point in time.
I need a key.
Maybe once I find an IO rune, I can try and get myself a wand. I'm always searching, by the way. Like, that's not something that I'm preventing myself from doing. I just can't. I just can't target farm. And target farming does include shopping, because shopping is essentially the same thing as target farming. But every time I go to town, I still check the shop, which is my workaround for it. Because if I'm going to the shop, then I'm not specifically shopping. I'm just looking in the shop when I go to the shop. So. +1 barb. No. I actually found a +1 necro amulet from Diablo too, so I was pretty excited about that. And I managed to luck into a +1 teleport staff as well. Another Dole rune. I never have to worry about having a Dole rune. Dole runes are so freaking common. Eventually I'll be selling them to NPC. You might have to refresh the stream, Kenny. Sometimes that does happen. Can you buy one-handed sword weapons? No. You can buy staves. Staves. You can buy staves. Which is not exactly a bad thing. My charms are such garbage. Aimheart the Witch. Fire enchanted. Run away. Run away! Oh, thank you, Kenny. I appreciate it, man. $9.99. I'm gonna buy me some tacos.
It's locked.
Ooh, another soul rune. I can get me another. I can make another lore helmet now. Sweet. I've been waiting for another soul rune. Only took forever. I just need a 2-socket helmet now to put it in. Can't buy socketed helmets in this difficulty. I don't think. I'd have to go to normal difficulty to get the socketed helmet. Just a quick 2-socket. We're gonna try and re-roll this real quick and see if we can get something good out of it. My L rune, and I need my Chippy Bippy. Chippy Bippies, can't you see? I need a Chippy Bippy just for me. A Chippy Bippy. Yeah, 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 Chippy Bippy. Just for me. Aw, +1 teeth. Frickin'. Yeah, mama's a hoe. Well, I got another Ort Rune. I think we need to go and grab ourselves a, we need to go and grab ourselves a 2-socket helmet for our merc. Definitely grab a 2-socket helmet for our merc. What I had predicted was that we were probably going to get news on Tuesday. Blizzard loves to drop news on Tuesday. I don't know why. It's like their favorite thing in the world to do. Tuesday is their day. So expect to hear some kind of news on Tuesday. If we don't hear news on Tuesday, then it's probably going to be the 30th because it's the next Tuesday. I'm expecting this Tuesday, so we'll see what happens.
Greetings.
Which always sucks for me, because Tuesday happens to be my double shift day. So expect to see some bags under my eyes, and me yawning a whole bunch. Alright, let's go to Act 2. This is the quickest way to get ourselves a 2-socket helmet for our merc. Basically, all you gotta do is just run in out of town and grab a 2-socket helmet. Honestly, I might not even have to run in out of town. Might just be here. Yep, there we go. 2-socket full helm. Just like that. Done. So now we can make him a lore, which is definitely going to help out my enchant damage a little bit. So the whole reason I'm running him is specifically for the enchant. So having the enchant be 1 level higher is going to be a big boon. I'd like to get as many plus to skills as I can on him. He's already using my literally perfect freaking roll spirit. I don't know if you guys saw my perfect roll spirit the other day that I made for him, but he is ridiculously stupid with this freaking weapon. I'm going to show it to you guys real quick. So, I did the whole thing where you Larzac a sword in advance and you get yourself a spirit. I rolled 35% faster cast, which is perfect, and I also rolled 8 magic absorb, which is perfect. I literally rolled a perfect spirit. The only thing that didn't roll high is the mana, and the mana doesn't even matter for him because he's a mercenary. So I literally rolled a perfect spirit for him. Freaking insane. So he's using a spirit and a lore now. He needs a plus skill armor and plus skill shield, and he'll be rocking some golden stuff. Right now he's giving my army 43 to 59 fire damage and a nice little bonus to attack rating of 146%. It's really the attack rating that's really the big bonus, but the 43 to 59 extra fire damage per skeleton does add up pretty much, pretty high. Like right now, if I were to multiply that out, I'm currently getting, let's see, 59 times 10, or no, 11 times 11, because you got to count my my clay golem into the equation. We're looking at 649 extra damage per rotation, which is pretty darn good. And then on top of that, they hit a hell of a lot more often because they have a very nice 146% extra attack rating. Yeah, skeletons definitely do miss. You just don't see it. They miss all the time. The higher the attack rating they have, the better chance they have to hit targets. And then on top of that, their level also comes into account. It's one of the reasons that some necromancers will run an infinity for conviction, because conviction has negative 93% monster defense, so that essentially your skeletons never miss. It's worth it over the might and the concentration and stuff like that, because basically making sure your skeletons don't miss is more important than giving them a little bit of extra damage when they miss like half the time. But enchant does both. It gives them extra damage and it makes sure that they're not missing, so it's a little bit better than might just in general. Maybe not like endgame, but if I can get a perfectly geared up enchant sorceress, who knows, we'll see. Let's go kill Andariel, shall we?
I sense a demonic presence.
Oh yeah, that's right, I gotta go resummon my army. Poopy poopies. Alright, you have a good night too, Vampire. I'll see you on Discord. You're a goofy merc. Good lord, ain't no monsters over here? I was about to say. Crushing blow is definitely nice. I would never say otherwise. But then again, my mercenary at this particular stage doesn't have any crushing blow. Alright, army created. Let's move on. I got my little army. Gonna go downtown and kill some Andariel. Yeah, huh? The Act 1 Merc is actually a good choice too, with the Faith Bow, because you get Fanaticism, which also gives attack rating, by the way. And then you also get the Inner Sight, which decreases the defense of all the monsters as well. And it's not a percentage defense, it's a flat defense decrease. And the flat defense decrease actually does get really, really high, especially if you can get her some plus to skill equipment. So utilizing the Faith Bow with a Rogue Merc on a Necromancer is actually really powerful too. Just specifically because of that like massive negative defense that she constantly spams all the time. Alright. Where are you, entrance? I kind of want to just, like, maybe burn some teleport charges here and find the entrance. Because I'm probably going to be killing her a couple times. I'm not going to lie. And finding the entrance to her little zone would definitely be nice. Instead of just running around forever trying to find it the slow way. Too much damage spread right now. There's too many monsters, too many things to hit. So the skeletons are all attacking whatever they want to attack. One of the biggest issues with the skeletons that you guys will ever notice is that, yes, your skeletons can put out some insanely good DPS, and they can kill targets relatively quickly. However, when they spread their damage out to multiple monsters, when they start spreading out their damage all over the place, that's when things go horribly wrong. Because then your monsters that, you know, your skeletons when together could do a pretty massive amount of damage, apart are doing relatively nothing. It's just something that you've got to deal with as a Necromancer. Like right now, my skeletons are dishing out about 200 damage per skeleton, right? So we could actually add this up relatively easily, right? So I'm also using amplify damage. So 200 damage per skeleton times 10 skeletons. So we're looking at 2,000 damage per rotation. Times 2, basically, because we're also applying amplify damage. So about 4,000 damage per rotation. And then on top of that, we also have the fire damage, which is being added in. So we have our current fire damage of 59 times 11, because we have to add in the golem into this, equals 649. So we're looking at basically 4,649 damage per rotation if all of my skeletons are hitting the same target, which can be extremely powerful. However, half the time they're just all doing whatever they want to do. They're just attacking whoever they want to attack, you know. So the damage gets spread out. Doesn't really do as much. But you can always see, though, like when they focus targets, like when they hit one guy in particular, you'll notice that guy just falls like a frickin' sack of bricks. Doorways are always an issue, but I just tend to avoid them wherever possible. The easiest thing is just to go around or to rush into the room, which is kind of dangerous, but it's a very time-honored necromancer strategy. Instead of standing at the door and just waiting for your minions to do their work, you rush into the room like this, and you pull your army in as fast as you can, allowing your army access to the room where they otherwise wouldn't normally be able to get in. What the hell is this thing? Oh, okay, Blessed Aim. See, Blessed Aim is another option, but I've always felt it's kind of like the inferior choice because it doesn't provide any additional damage. It only gives you the additional attack rating, whereas Enchant gives you damage and attack rating. Lordy Jesus, I had to get this kind of frickin' catacombs, like the worst catacombs ever. The catacombs of the damned. Ooh, Fell Rune. I need that. One to decrepify, two to bone wall. Look here, you stupid little tainteds. These guys are deadly in hell difficulty, by the way. I think I've died to the tainteds a lot. Like a lot of people underestimate the tainteds, but those tainteds will kill you quick as I don't know what. Like you will literally walk into a room and there'll be like a multi-shot conviction when standing there, and he will just fire like extra fast. So he's like multi-shot conviction extra fast, and like 18,000 of those stupid little lightning balls start hitting you in the face, and before you even know it, your health is at like 1% and you're just like panicking. Telling you, man, them little stupid tainteds freaking deadly as all get out. Alright, so we got level 3. Let's see if we can find level 4 somewhere around here. KOTOR remake is in trouble. What's wrong with the KOTOR remake? Some company failing or something? Alright, here's hoping for some lucky drops from Andy. A lucky drop can make or break a run like this. Like, if you don't get what you need, like if all your items end up being garbage and you're just kind of like scraping together trash to survive, it can make your run very difficult. And simply a good item drop from Andy like this on a solo self-found run can have such a huge impact on like how your character goes. Flawless token. Flawless Sapphire and a Superior Bone Wand. Aw. Superior Bone Wand sucks. What's up, Andy Bobandy? What's up, Andy Bobandy? How's it going? Can I kill Andy without losing all my skeletons? That's the question. Stop resurrecting all the stupid little fallens and defocusing my DPS output. Quit it. Die, Andy. Ooh, heavy belts. Could be good, could be trash. Could be good, could be trash. Who knows what it is? Could be good, could be trash. I don't really know. Could be good, could be trash. We gonna know. Could be good, could be trash. I'm not really sure. Alright, let's farm her again, shall we? Your nickname is Bob Andy? Babandy? Gotta say it real fast. Babandy?
Good day.
Infernal or Erathas? Infernal or Erathas? Hey, Erathas. Nice. If we could find a couple more pieces of the Erathas set, that would be great. That will actually help us tremendously in Hell difficulty when we get into the thick of it. Always like having Erathas on my solo self-found runs. Makes the entire thing so much easier. So much more fun. What's up, Wareve?
Yes?
Let's see if she's got any good wands for us. Sometimes you'll find like a +2 summon necromancer wand in here, which can come in really handy. +1 necro is not going to be better than what I currently have. I have a 3/3/1, which +1 doesn't even come close. I mean, yeah, it would give me some other skills other than my summoning skills, but it's not really going to help me out very much as a summon necro. +1 fire mastery. I'm trying to think what the hell I should gamble for, but I don't really know. Like, I already have a +1 necro amulet. Can't gamble for heads, can't gamble for wands. Gamble for armor, but armor's like super expensive, and there's really not a lot of good +1 skill options that I could get my hands on. Circlets was a decent choice, but I really already have a +1 helmet. I don't know. I think I'm just going to hold on to my gold for now. Maybe I'll gamble, try and gamble for like a Soj at some point. But as of right now, I can farm Andariel relatively quickly. All I gotta do is create an army, which shouldn't take too long. Now that I know exactly where the Doojank is, all I gotta do is just go to Cold Plains real quick, farm an army up, which only takes me a couple seconds. Alright, now I just need some mages. We're good to go. Oh, hello, champion gargantuan beasts. You guys are sexy looking. I didn't realize I had a skill point. We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz.
The order welcomes you.
Stay alive, my boys. Stay alive. Get it. Get it. Get it. Holy crap, we got a ring, boys. Is it a Soj? Did we get a Soj? Or did we get a Soj? Oh, hi, hold a Dario. Did we get a Soj? Or did we get a Soj? Or did we get a Soj? Hi, hold a Dario. Did we get a Soj? A Soj? A Soj. Did we get a Soj? A Soj? A Soj. Did we get a Soj?
I can't carry anymore.
Taking bets. It's a, what is it? A Nagel, a mantled heel, a Nagel or a mantled heel. Which one is it, boys? I can't believe it's a Soj. If it's a Soj, I'll lose my mind on stream because you guys want to hear the silliness, the absolute silliness. I've been playing Diablo 2 Resurrected since it launched, including the beta phase and the alpha phase, and literally have not found a single Soj the entire time I've been playing. Not a single one.
Good day.
Good to see you.
19% Nagel. That's kind of yucky, actually, but whatever. It's better than my 6% blue ring that I was wearing. 19% Nagel is really low. Amulet is garbage. Gonna repair that wand. We're gonna see if we can get a. We're gonna see if we can get something. It's eld runes. Eld runes are super easy to come by. It's an eld, and I believe it's a. Is it a flawed or a chipped? I can never remember. +1 teeth. Garbage. Well, you know, I tried. I tried. Tried so hard and it got so far. I mean, you guys know I'm a summon Necromancer, and those Sojas would literally, like, fix my character. Like, those +2 to skills that you get from the Sojas are like, so clutch for this particular type of character that honestly, I would really love to get at the sum. But what it's really coming down to, though, honestly, is just trying to find items that are better than the garbage that I have on. In my wildest dreams, I don't expect a Soj from Andy, so I'm not farming one. I'm not farming her for that reason. But, you know, obviously, that is something that I would really like to have. Please, if you would, please. Why do I still only have 4 skeletons when I'm at level 8? I've been at, like, 4 skeletons for a very long time. Mr. Nee, what's the matter, buddy? So many monsters in here. Yeah, because as we found out, when you do single player runs, you get basically the same thing over and over again. So one of the things that was recently sort of like brought to light was the whole seed code thing. Basically what it does is that in single player mode, you can essentially keep the same seed code forever because you are essentially not changing the map variation or anything. Like you guys are, you know how like I can just teleport directly to Andy every single time because I know where she is and it doesn't change. So the map variations don't change for me because I am utilizing a very specific seed code. And come to find out that apparently seed code also has a strong effect on the drops that you get as well. Which means that Dabrunski's run in single player of 100 Andy runs isn't really viable for a character who plays online, who has to go to multiple different seed codes. And that's one of the reasons why the soldiers are so freaking ridiculously hard to get. because you're switching seed codes as well. The post that recently came about was basically where you could just simply farm a specific rune from a specific barrel by knowing that that barrel dropped that particular item. So literally you just go to that particular seed code, you click on that barrel, and then you leave, and then you go to that particular barrel, you click on it again, and you leave. And you just do this over and over again, and like literally somebody got like freaking 10 Mal runes in like 10 minutes. Ugh. What the hell's with these drops? Frickin' Razor Switch and a Dark Clan Crusher. Berserker's Axe and an Ethereal Sword. Offline drops are indeed generally better, yes. However, they can also be generally worse, depending on if you have a bad seed.
Good day.
In the did I choose normal? I chose normal difficulty. God bless it. Now I'm going to have to refind the Andariel. I've changed my seed code, basically. So, in the example of finding 3 Soges in 100 runs, basically what happened was he had a seed code where a Soge could drop. There were very specific circumstances that had to happen for that Soge to fall. He managed to achieve basically 3 out of 100 of those runs. He managed to achieve those very specific conditions. Apparently, it's so specific that it comes down to some very interesting modifiers. Like, apparently, if your mercenary hits something or kills something, it can change the roll. So, like, trying to do things the same exact way, like that you did it in the previous run, has an effect on trying to get this the correct way. I mean, look at this freaking Razor Switch. So +1 to all skills is nice, but I would lose a lot of skills by putting this on. But it does have 50 all res as well as an insane amount of mana, 175 mana, and 50 all res, including magic damage reduced by 15. I kind of feel like I might be able to utilize this in hell difficulty just to kind of like not get murdered, or I could probably put this on in certain situations where I might, you know, like otherwise be dead by, you know, massive resistance issues. If I were to put this on right now, I mean, I get what, 75 lightning, 75 poison, 67 fire, 55 cold, which isn't bad. And just a massive mana bump. I go from 227 to literally 402 mana, which is kind of insane. Like, I'm not saying it's the optimal choice by any means, but it's certainly not like a terrible option if I didn't have any other options available to me. Unfortunately, by giving this my current setup up, I would be giving up +3 skeleton mastery, or no, only 1 skeleton mastery, because my head is not really that good. So I'd be giving up 1 skeleton mastery, 2 raised skeleton, and 2 golem mastery. I'm seriously considering it, though. I mean, the faster cast, along with some of the other things on there, could be interesting. When it's dropped, Fuzzy Muppet, you can confirm that the item is always the same by literally using Hero Editor and copying it, and no matter how many times you identify it on any other character, it's always the same item. It rolls when it drops. Well, let's move on to Act 2. I didn't get anything super good from Andy. Messed up my little do-jank. Let's go get our +1 skill point in the evil lands.
Greeting.
In the sewers.
It's locked.
You're being awfully talkative, buddy. Do you gotta go tinkle? You gotta go pippies? You gotta go pippidoodus? That's what we say to the dog. You gotta go pippidoodus? Pippidoodus. You gotta go pippidoodus. We can take you to go pippidoodus. Please don't pee-pee-do-this on me. We're gonna take you to pee-pee-do-this. He really just hangs out with me for hours. Like, just hours and hours. He just hangs out. You just my little buddy? You my little buddy? He's my little buddy. He's my little buddy. Hey, another Amrune. Nice. Oh, I never did look at the Dark Clan Crusher. I already know what it is, so I don't really want it or anything. It's a +2 druid. Mace. It's no good for me whatsoever. It's even not made out of metal. It's made out of wood. So I can't even turn it into an iron golem if I wanted to. So it's pretty much just garbage. For me, anyway. What are you doing back there? What are you doing? He's mad at me? What are you mad at me for? What'd I do? Why are you mad at me? He's talking up a whole storm. Squinky, squink, 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 he said. Squinkity, squink, squink, squank, squink, squank, squink. I don't know what you're saying, little buddy. I don't know what you're saying. PB cacas.
My ship is your ship.
My ship is your ship, and your ship is my ship, and we have a ship before thee. My ship is locked in the dry dock, you see, and I cannot leave it all. Rat's nest. Do 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 do. Rat's nest. Ow. Alright, frickin' stone skin, boy. Your mama's stone skin. Didn't she tell you? I'm beefing my strength because if I find a good armor, it has like plus the skills on it. Like I'm thinking Silks of the Victor, that's just 100 strength, or any of the other options that have higher strength requirements that have plus the skills, like K. Hagen's, or I mean, there's a lot of different plus skill armor options. I want to be able to put it on. Like I'm trying to keep my options open. Barrett's Privateers. What the hell is that, Jeff? I'm not good with song names. It's something you'll learn about me if you watch my channel for a long period of time. I'm terrible with song names, actually. My skin hardens. Goo pile. It's a pile of goo. It's a goo pile. It's a pile of goo. And it's just for you. I swear, one of my mages is always dead. Like, it's like he's never not dead. Always just one though. Like, I don't get it. Like, it's always just one mage and he's always dead. Like the runt. He's like the runt of the group. Immune to fire, you say? How dare you be immune to fire? Ooh, a belt. 16 to life and cold resist 16. It's basically the same exact thing I'm wearing, except it has less life and less cold resistance. But it does also have poison length reduced by 25, and the most important thing is that it gives me full belt slots, so I think I'm gonna swap. I am using Corpse Explosion, I just don't have it like leveled up enough to actually be useful. I will be using Corpse Explosion eventually. Early on, it's not really... God bless it, I don't know what just scared you, sir, but don't scratch the crap out of me, alright? Oh, Lord. It's not really as useful in the early levels, because the skeletons are able to handle things on their own. In the later levels, it'll be much more useful when I get to Hell difficulty. By then, I'll usually be running Corpse Explosion. Main reasons why you don't run Corpse Explosion really early on is, number one, it costs way too much damn mana. Number two, the radius isn't large enough. Number three, you don't regenerate mana fast enough, so most of the time it's just a waste of your time. When you get into the higher levels, you have more mana, you have more ways of regenerating your mana, you have more faster cast equipment, and so forth and so on, and Corpse Explosion becomes much more useful later on. And it's still useful in the early levels, it's just not anywhere near as useful as it is in the early levels. I got a circlet, I'm going to imbue it, and I'm going to see if I can get something good. Maybe a +2 summoning necro circlet would be sweet. +1 lightning skill sorceress. Not what I was hoping for there. Not what I was hoping for there. Hey, at least I got some plus to skills. That's what I was shooting for, right? It just didn't. It just wasn't the right plus to skills. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Look at you trying to find ways to cheat the system, Twin-Sailed. Steel Jade the Jagged. Oh, he's gonna be a pain in the butt to kill. He's literally immune. He's literally immune to physical, or he has stone skin and magic resistance. So he's high fizz and high magic resistance. Should be interesting to see what happens there. Freaking mages were blocking my skeleton warriors in. So the mages were literally just standing there shooting, and all the warriors were standing behind the mages. I don't know if you saw that earlier. And I literally whipped out my staff to teleport because I needed to teleport my freaking warriors past the mages who were in the way. Look at this guy. There you go. Now we got a little bit of heat coming on you. A little bit of heat. Saves coming. I mean, you could very easily do that. You could just copy your save file out of the directory before you imbue. And then you could just paste it back in when you're, you know, like if it doesn't go the way you want, reload the game, and then open the file back up before you imbue. And you can just do it over and over again until you got what you wanted. Oh, an ancient armor. 3 sockets? 3 sockets? I could use a 3-socket ancient armor. Ooh, a 4-socket ancient armor. Frickin' A, dudes. We got a 4-socket ancient armor. I'm actually kind of excited about that. Hell yes. Hell to the yeah, to the O, to the P, to the yes, yeah, me. Oh, what does that mean? That means we're taking off our stealth armor. We're putting on the 4-socket ancient armor. And we're going to put 4 topazes in there. Freaking finding a 4-socket armor was pretty clutch. I didn't think I was going to find a 4-socket armor. I was holding out for a 3.
I know
Do I have enough to do 3 perfects, though? That's the question. I only have 3 perfects, not 4. Well, let's go ahead and put the 3 that I have in there. And what we could do is we could hold out for a little while and see if we could get that 4th perfect instead of putting the flawless in there. I'd like that extra 24%. Get a little bit of extra luck going on. That does bring us up to 116% magic find with our 25% MF gloves, the 72 on the armor, and we're wearing a 19% nagel now. So we definitely have a lot more magic find than we did when we first started. Mr. NiNi, why are you sniffing my neck ever so gingerly? He does some very weird things. He may be contemplating trying to suck my blood. I don't know. I mean, technically he's a vegetarian, but who knows what's going on in Mr. NiNi's head. Who knows? He's like, I'm hungry, and I'm going to eat your blood. Delicious blood. Delicious blood.
Can't carry
Who
any.
doesn't like a little delicious blood? Little delicious yummy blood. One Saturday morning blood.
I've
How
heard
did
that
you
are
put in
responsible
there,
for
sir?
banishing Andariel back to the burning hell.
Ooh, a +2 Necromancer, +1 Golem Mastery. +2 Necromancer flat. +2 Necromancer, +3 Attract. +2 Gold Necromancer, +1 Golem Mastery would be pretty nice. It's 76,000. That's actually cheap. I mean, it's not technically better than my +3 Raised Skeleton because I'm going to lose +1 Raised Skeleton and +1 Golem Mastery. Actually, no, I don't lose Golem Mastery because the Golem Mastery is the same between the +2 and +2. But I will get +2 to my mages, +2 to the Skeleton Mastery, and +2 to everything else, which I think is a net positive gain over everything. I'm going to hold on to this wand, though. This one I am not.
Good evening.
I was holding on to this to sell in town. That's right. Alright, well that gives me a little bit higher Corpse Explosion too, which will certainly help out. A little bit higher amp, so I don't have to cast it as much. And a little bit higher Summon Res, a little bit higher Clay Golem, all of which will come in handy. And the extra mages, I'm sure, will be nice. Alright. Level 3. Flawless Gemerald. A fetish trophy. +1 Decrepify, +1 Bone Spear. I don't care about that bullcrap. +2 Fanaticism, +1 Meditation. That's easy 30k. Oh, that's freaking Radamant right there. What's up, boys? Blowing up your skeletons is so much fun. You ain't got no skeleton no more, sir. I blew up every single freaking one. Radamant got some HP. Not gonna lie, he got a little HP. He tanking it there. He do a little tanking. Get my book of skill. Get my book of skill.
What a waste of undead flesh.
What a waste. Level 12 Skelly Mages, boys.
It is an honor to serve you.
Atma, give me my reward.
They say
They say that the taste of vengeance is bittersweet, but I find it to my liking. Quick pop quiz. I do this every single time I complete that quest, by the way. Quick pop quiz. How many of you guys actually know what it is that Atma gives you as a reward? Do any of you guys actually know what she gives you as a reward? She does give you a reward. What does she give you? Nimoy likes to levitate. Let Nimoy levitate if he wants to levitate. Ah, aggro knows. Vendor discount. That's correct. You get a vendor discount in all of Act 2. And it also does not include gambling. That's the only thing it does not affect. I actually tested it. It does not, however, include gambling. Ow, boy. That thing hurt. Come here, little carrion bird. You guys got good rune drop rates. You better come over here and die. You little minion bird. I see you, little minion bird. Little minion burbs. Give me them mana potions. I'll take them too. I won't. And that healing potion. I'll take that, and I'll take all thems. Don't think I won't. I'll take everything you got. I'll take everything. Everything. I use an Act 3 Mercenary on my Vengeance Paladin and on my Holy Shack Paladin, cool dude, dog dude. They work pretty good. They're a hell of a lot better than people give them credit for. Even before they patched them, there was a couple good uses for them. But after the patch now, they're definitely a hell of a lot better. Nobody touched the fire one before the patch, though. Let me just say that. The fire one was absolutely useless before the patch. It had Inferno. I don't know if you guys remember. Gather army, please. Thank you. Yeah, I'm using it for the enchant, the extra attack rating, along with the extra fire damage. It's working out nicely. Kind of excited I found myself a 4-socket ancient armor, though. That was a pretty sweet find. Especially for Nightmare. Don't usually see those. I mean, it's a good defense. It's 220 defense. And as soon as I get myself another perfect topaz, it'll be a complete extra, what, 100% magic find? Or close to it anyway. 90, 96. Hopefully it'll get me some good items. That's what I'm worried about. Yeah, if you're gonna put, if you're gonna do the Act 3 Merc on a Summon Necro, definitely do the Fire Merc, and definitely try and get him as many plus to skills as you can, so that he has the highest level enchant possible. You want to get that enchant so high that your skeletons are, number one, never missing. You want to make sure your skeletons are never missing an attack, and number two, the added fire damage from it is actually like freaking sick. When you start multiplying it by all your skeletons and your revives and all that stuff, it adds up tremendously. Especially when you're dealing with physical immunes, because it bypasses the physical immunity, which is the major thing there. Do I have another L rune to repair this head? I think I might be out of L runes. I do want to try to repair it, though, if I can. If I maybe possibly, I'd like to put on one for me and maybe upgrade the... I don't see an L rune in my stash. I got tears, I got rowls, I got shales, I got ams, nefs. I got no L's. I'll hold on to it until I find an L. It's probably the best thing I can do right now. I'm at 53. It's all a numbers game, right? Damage multiplication, attack rating increase. I think what opened my eyes was the video that I did on might. Might is nowhere near as effective as anyone thinks. Might does relatively nothing. Granted, relatively nothing is still something in the terms of, you know, like 15 skeletons, but it's not as effective as you think it is, and it doesn't give any kind of attack rating bonus to the skeletons either. So the damage increase doesn't really mean a whole lot when they're still missing all the time. Blood Golem and Iron Golem. That's a weird head. Yay, Dry Hills. Nice, we found a waypoint. Look at us doing stuff. Is it crazy for Act 2 Nightmare though, Fuzzy Muppet? Let's check the list, shall we? Why is my list so big? Scale down list. So Act 2 Nightmare is level 44 to 48. Act 3 Nightmare is 49 to 52. So I should be in Act 3 or 4 right now. So I'm a little over leveled, but that's just kind of what happens with P8. Mr. Tinklebutt, why do you got to tinkle on me? Why? Why you gotta tinkle on me? It's rude. I don't like it when you tinkle on me. Don't. I'm gonna go put Mr. Nimoy in his house. I caught him. I caught him before he did any real damage. I'll be right back. Ugh. I haven't really been grinding, cool dude. I've just been playing P8. P8 is a special challenge in and of itself, and you get a lot of EXP playing P8, as well as the monsters are a lot more difficult, just in general. So there's definitely been more challenge to it, and I've been going a little bit slower just simply because there's more challenge. When it comes to this particular character, though, it doesn't really matter. He handles P8 content as well as he handles P1 content. Hell difficulty, on the other hand, is going to be a whole different beast, and I might falter in P8 Hell. We're gonna see when we get there. I might have to go back to Nightmare and farm a little bit for equipment before I'm able to take on P8 Hell. Superior Fanged Helm. Ordy bo bordy. +1 summon resist. Good Nightbot spam in chat. I thought I set him up better than that. Dang it, Nightbot. Stop making me look like a douche.
I can't carry anymore.
Can't carry. You better check this Grand Charm. It could be something good. I mean, it's not, but it could be. Possibility.
Good day.
You have quite a treasure there. One little topaz is what we do. Two little topazes and they're not for you. I just need one little perfect topaz to complete my armor. I just need one little doojank and it's just for me. Number one. Slight correction to the song, by the way. Number 1 is not the loneliest number. That is incorrect. Incorrect. The loneliest number is any number greater than 1 where the person makes you feel alone. Because there is nothing more lonely. There is nothing more lonely than literally being with somebody. So number 2 or number 3 or number 4, literally, that make you feel even worse than being alone. An exceedingly greater number than 1. That's right, the Skelly Bros. The ones with no brains and no eyes, and they don't have any ears either. Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. I got no lips or tongue either, so
I need a key.
good luck talking. They might still have part of a voice box. I don't know. I mean, technically, isn't the voice box like, isn't a piece of
It's
it bone? Like a little whistle or something? What's up, Pat in the chat? Wouldn't be a stream without Pat in the chat. I was about to give up and just stop streaming. Pat didn't show up. Well, guess we're not going to stream today. 'Cause we don't got a Pat in the chat. Move on. Just move it on. Moving on out. To the doubt. 'Cause we don't got a Pat in the chat. Just moving on out. Going to fish for some trout. 'Cause we don't got a Pat in the chat. Essential viewers required. Where's my Mountain Dew, Jeremy? I need a Mountain Dew. You can't just go get Mountain Dew for yourself and not get Mountain Dew for other people. You didn't let us know you were doing a run. If you let us know you were doing a run, we would have thrown some cash your way and you could have bought us some stuff too, but you ain't let us know you were doing a run. You ain't let us know. That's really rude, Jeremy. That's really rude. You gotta be like, I'm making a run to the store, guys. You need anything? Like, well, dang. Why'd you run to work? Were you late?
I am overburdened.
Come on, I need some runes, boys. Give me something nice, boys. Need a couple pieces of armor for my lice, boys. Gonna get some rice, boys. I don't even care, boys. Gonna do you really fancy on the hair, boys. If it rhymes, boys, I'll put it down, boys. Gonna go all the way into town, boys. Don't tell me what to do, boys. Gonna take a poo, boys, right on your yacht, boys, in the business. That's terrible. Don't take poos on people's yachts. Athens battle staff. So many eggs. Like, holy crap, that's a lot of eggs. Like, just insane levels of eggs. Dropped a jewel. Anything good? 29% fire with 3 max. Hold on to it for right now. Frickin' hacker, Samael. I guess where we're going. Into the maggot layer, boys. Nightmare maggot layer on the summon necro. Gonna have so much fun. Take it to the back row. Gonna go down and play with my Velcro. Have a good night, Jeff. Swing, swing. 13% MF. I've got a 22 MF in the stash. I'll be good. Ruby Fervor Jewel. Those things are hard to come by, man. They are what you call rare. Well, found the waypoint. There's actually an energy drink I like to drink by Mountain Dew. It's called Mountain Dew Kickstart. Pretty low sugar for an energy drink. Not sugar-free, which I can't stand. And I can't stand the fake sugars. They're just disgusting. The only one that's even passable to me is stevia. But stevia gives me heartburn for some reason. But the Mountain Dew Kickstarts have relatively small sugar content for a rather large can. It's, I think, was it 23 grams of sugar for the whole can? It's like a 16-ounce can. And that's an energy drink. You look at like something like a Red Bull or like one of those, like energy drinks that a lot of people love to drink. They're like 60 or like sometimes even 80 grams of sugar for one can. What is going on, bros? There it is. Finally. Alright, let me clear out my inventory real quick before I go in there. I'm probably going to teleport through this thing. I hate to tell you guys. But we'll see how it goes. And if it goes well, I'll walk it. But if it doesn't go well, you're going to see me do a lot of teleporting. I was thinking about maybe crafting myself something, but I don't know what exactly I could craft at this point to make my character a little better. I was thinking maybe caster boots. But, I could try and craft some caster boots. I could also try and craft caster belts. Neither of which is really going to give me a huge advantage over what I've got right now, but... I mean, I don't really necessarily need the caster belt, faster cast. I'm not a faster cast character. I could also make a ring. I found a +1 necro ammy from Diablo in normal. It's pretty handy. I mean, I could also try and craft a ring, but I just don't really feel like the rings are even worth crafting right this particular time. I'll just hold on to my gems for now. It's not that big of a deal. I am going to transmute up some of these doojanks, though. They're starting to take up too much space. Hang on to the chippies for now. A really good white wand would. Yeah. A really good one would. Like, if I could make this into a white, it would be absolutely amazing, but I can't. I don't think I can anyway. I could always try and just use a cube recipe on it and see what the hell happens. Socket weapon, I'm pretty sure that's what, Ral Am or whatever, or if I'm, yeah, Ral Am perfect amethyst. So I'd have to waste a perfect amethyst on it to find out, and even then it might end up with one socket. The Cow King set, the helmet of the Cow King set is a war hat. I think the war hat has to be found in Nightmare. I'm not 100% sure. All the rest of the pieces, though, I think can be found in normal. I'm not sure it's even going to get 2 sockets, so I don't want to waste a Larza quest on something that I can otherwise, you know. This is solo self-found. I'm only going to have 3 Larza quests, so I don't want to waste them on things that may or may not even have the right number of sockets. Plus, I don't have an IO rune right now anyway, so there's no reason to even bother with it. Maybe in the future, if I get an IO rune. These are not part of my solo self-found, by the way. I need to throw these away. I've basically just been ignoring their existence. Probably start re-rolling rings and amulets at this point. I should have been hanging on to them, but I didn't. 'Cause I'm stupid. Man, Cow King hooves would be like a great find at this point. I wonder if I should go back and farm a little cows, but alright. Yeah, normal difficult. The hooves are just regular leather boots. think the eye level on them is relatively low too. Let's take a look on Silo's pen real quick. Silo's pen, set item, Cow King's hooves, 200% magic find, boss. Oh, actually, it's super uniques, right? Cow King in normal is 1 in 90. Cow King in Nightmare is 1 in 251. So it does look like the normal difficulty, Cow King has a higher chance for that particular item. And then, let's see here, the cow, where are the cows at? They're called hell bovines. Yes, the normal difficulty normal difficulty hell bovines have a higher drop chance than all the others, but it's pretty crappy at 1 in 186,893. It definitely does look like normal's the better option for trying to get a hold of the hooves. Plus, I mean, you can also kill super fast in normal. You could utilize a couple different methods, the most broken of which would probably be like a Holy Fire, Holy Freeze Paladin. Just simply because you could just walk around and you could just pretty much just do whatever the hell you want to do, and the cows would just die around you. And you could put on as much magic find equipment as you can, because obviously normal difficulty, you know, it doesn't really matter a whole lot, because, you know, everything is super weak in normal difficulty. So you can just stack on the magic find equipment as high as you can possibly get it. I like flawless skulls. Flawless skulls are nice. Who doesn't like flawless skulls dipped in rice? I don't know why I said that, it's only 'cause it rhymes. So come on down and we will take our time. Hey, we found level 2. Need some more teleport charges. Burning them things up like crazy. Which is another reason why you need a lot of gold, especially if you're going to run a teleport staff. Would much rather have a teleport amulet, by the way. Well, that was a fast level 3. Didn't even have to teleport. That's dangerous. The mages are coming in handy here. I'm definitely noticing that the mages are coming in handy here. They're focusing damage on the little dudes. There's a little deadly up here, and I didn't want to try and teleport past it. They almost caught me in a faster recovery loop. It was very close. Can very easily focus my army's damage, though, by just, you know, teleporting directly in front of the monsters, which is super easy. I'm pretty sure we're getting close. Yep, there it is. What's up, big girl? Alright, maggot layer done. That was painless. I'm going to be honest with you. That was one of the fastest maggot layers I've done, even not on a necromancer. Wow, that's a really kind of a sexy little solo self-found staff there. Look at that, +2 Sork, 20% faster cast, +1 Blizzard. So +3 Blizzard with 20% faster cast. I mean, it's absolutely useless to me because I am obviously not a sorceress, and I'm not going to give it to a sorceress either since I'm single player. But 30k in the bank. 35k in the bank, bank, bank. 35k in the bank. 35k in the tank. 35k in the bank, bank. 35k in the tank. Alright, now we gotta find... Actually, we already found it, didn't we? We already found it. So we should be pretty close to finding the Viper Magi tomb. Because we did already find the entrance to the Lost City. It was over here, I think. I can always... Yeah, there it is right there. Okay. The snakes. Dragon Grin the Howler. I'm not really sure. I don't want to get my hopes up too high because I feel like what we constitute as a big update or a big change or something new is not really what they constitute as a big update or a change or something new. Like, we could be looking at something small, or we could be looking at something massively ridiculous that maybe they shouldn't have ever done. I don't know. I'm a little torn, like, on what it is, because I don't know what their focus is. I feel like that's really important to try and figure out, like, what it is that they've changed. Because you gotta kind of like know what the hell their focus is. What are they focusing on? And maybe if we could figure out what they were focusing on, we'd have a better idea. Like, take 2.4.3, it was pretty obvious that in 2.4.3 they put a lot of work into the Barbarian. In 2.4 they put a lot of work into the Assassin and the Druid. You know, there's specific things that they seem to have focused on. I'm not sure if this is a specific focus on any one class, but who knows? I mean, one thing's for sure, we will be seeing a new feature that we haven't seen before, and that is the temporary stash. I don't think anybody's seen the temporary stash yet, unless I missed it, which is basically, you know, like when the ladder ends and we go from ladder to non-ladder, there will be a temporary shared stash for all of our items, and we'll be able to take a look at that. I'm assuming that we're going to be able to take items out of it, but not add items to it, and that's something that I think is a new feature they're going to have to test. I mean, so far, Diablo 4 doesn't look like it has any monetization at all except for cosmetics, which most people are fine with. Cosmetics only is usually a simple and like agreed upon thing that doesn't really affect the game, that is good for the company to try and make money with. Eisenhearts? Yeah, Eisenhearts. I don't want that. If you guys watch my video on Eisenhearts, you would know it's not good outside of normal difficulty. Even in its prime, even completed, so you have the full set and on the right character, Eisenhearts does not do well outside of normal difficulty. To 2020 17 all res. Sounds sexy as all get out, 10-1. Very sexy, sir. Very sexy. Probably get you quite a few high runes.
I can't.
Do I have in mind to continue the Raft streaming? Well, I already finished it, Samael. The last episode was the end. That was the end of the stream. Or end of the game, rather. Did you catch the last stream? I mean, if not, it is up there. You can watch it. This won't be live, but still get to look at all the chat and see what people are saying and stuff. It's still an interesting experience. Let me see if I can pull up my Raft playlist. Solo self-found, that's what it means. SSF is solo self-found. It means no using outside equipment, no twinking your character with gear from other equipment in general, or trading items from other people. And my specific rule on this is no target farming specific items either. So you basically just use what you get. My old one's in here too. I hit 15,000 subscribers the other day. Pretty excited about that. Alright, here you go, Samael. This is my full playlist on Raft. I actually played this game before, believe it or not, so there's a full playlist from my previous playthrough in there as well. But if you go to the end of that playthrough, which ends on episode 22, then there's my second full playthrough of the Raft, which starts at help a shark named Bruce wants my buns. A seagull stole my beets. When do I start growing gills? And we shall suck and savor the sweet flavor of dry land. We shall suck and savor the sweet flavor of dry land. Some of you guys got to know what movie that's from. Fuzzy Muppet. You didn't catch my live stream of Raft. On the Raft, I caught a llama. And I brought the llama back to my ship, and I had to shave the llama for fur so that I could make equipment. And I named the llama Mr. Llama SC. So the llama on my Raft is named Mr. Llama SC. Did I click that? Sometimes I don't click the stupid thing, so I just make sure I click it. That's right, Waterworld, correct. I can't wait to get a message from him and be like, dude, that's not cool. Can't be naming your llama Mr. Llama SC. It's not cool. No, it had to be a blood crescent. God bless it. I was so hoping for a Hexfire. Oh yeah, Waterworld's a good movie. Hell to the yeah, to the hell to the yeah. Hell to the yeah, yeah, hell to the yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 we got the
This
hell,
place is as
hell
dark
to
as a
the
tomb.
yeah. How are you finding all these low-level uniques now? Freaking stout nail, which I can't use and don't need, and the blood crescent scimitar, which I honestly can't use and don't need. Off we must. Hey, Merc leveled up. What's he running now? 70 damage on the enchant? Going up and up, my boys. Better get them re-enchants up. Raft was really fun. I'm not gonna lie. Raft was really fun. I honestly could totally see doing like a what's it called? Creative mode? Do they have a? Does Raft have a creative mode? Because like I would totally play like a creative mode Raft just to like mess around with the like the builds and stuff to see like what kind of cool rafts I could create. I think that'd be super fun. Well, that's a dead end anyway over there. I don't even know why I'm bothering to fight those guys. Moving on. You gonna die really fast if you coming at me, so you might as well take your stupid pee. Another dead end? Oh, no, it's not a dead end. What do you mean? Like, be like, a superior Cymbalane. Oh, these little herds, Jay. Fangskin, sit down, buddy. You and your lightning immune and cold immune. Alright. Alright. A little much. That's a little much, my friend. That's a little much.
I was beginning to enjoy the darkness.
Alright, boys, we're moving on to the Arcane Sanctuary.
You did. I've been approach and let's trade.
Approach and let's trade. What you got for wands, buddy? You got anything better than my jank that I got right now? Get a little upgrade. Give me a little upgrade. Get a little upgrade. No, you ain't got jack diddly. You ain't got jack diddly piddly. He ain't got nothing for me, and I don't know why I try. 'Cause he's a really stupid person, and I poke him in the eye. Poke him in the eye. +1 passive and magic Amazon. It's gross. Fourth way.
Good day.
You guys do me dirty. I'd do at least 3-way. Come on now. Give me at least a 3-way. Yeah, I'd be doing me dirty with that too, with the 4-way. Doing me dirty. Dirty deep. That's the done to keep. Got the dirty deep, done to keep. Got the dirty deep. Look at this poor guy. He done skewered. They done left him there. Poor little guy got skewered. Sometimes there's not a lot of monsters in this place. Like, you can literally just walk straight down and and like nothing touches you pretty much. Like, see, sometimes a little handful, and then sometimes it's like overwhelmingly ridiculous. Come here, Fire Eye. Where you at, buddy? That's why the Enchant Merc, Fuzzy Muppet. The Enchant Merc will give me an additional element to use versus those monsters, so that I'm not just simply physical. Helps a ton, honestly. Fire Eye, are you stuck in this stupid room over here? Fire Eye is a super unique, a good one for farming, by the way. don't know what the hell's going on over here. Fire Eye's humping the wall. Well, he dropped me 2 rares, but he didn't drop me anything that I actually wanted, so. I do indeed like to diversify my characters, Fuzzy Muppet.
This is fantastic. I wish I had time to study this bizarre dimension.
Andariel 3-socket tower shield. What can we put in there besides Prowler Town? Trying to think. I know Coco Mal's like way outside of my my possibility at this point. Why am I forgetting all the shield recipes all of a sudden? Ancient's Pledge is probably the only one I'm going to be able to do. But I can just at least double check him real quick. I mean, a spirit for him would be good as well, but I don't know. He's not using anything specifically all that great at this particular point. Yeah, there's no other choice other than Ralort Tal for that. Does he really need the resistances? He's at 75 all res,
I'll put that to
so
good use.
no, he doesn't really.
I am overburdened.
Yeah, moving on. I mean, maybe when he gets to hell difficulty, he could use those resistances, but doesn't look like he needs them right now. Wow, that's actually kind of nice. It's better than my 6 defense, 5 strength. That's 40 defense, 5 strength, and it's a large drum. Or enchanted spectral hits. Hey, now that's a lucky find. Frickin' silk weaves. Woo-hoo. Got me some silk weaves, boys. My life be like, ooh, got me some silk weaves, ooh. Not only do they have +5 to mana after each kill, but they also have 10% increased maximum mana. Very, very nice find. Pretty good defense, too. I need a key, he says. Flawless sapphire, flawless sapphire. Not bad. The boots are poopy doo. They're not poopy doo. You're a poopy doo. Making fun of my boots. +1 bow and crossbows with 3% lifesteal and dual res. What's up, Shadow Leader? How goes the war with the Rebel Alliance? Things go well, I hope. Death's Touch. These Pokemon won't catch themselves. Of course they will. They hop right into the bag. What are you talking about? Just hold up in the bag and they just hop right in. Man, I have like no HP for a character who has 195 vitality. Yeah, come over here to the Ball of Death. The wonderful thing about specters is you can walk right through. Don't let that lightning spire teach you guys who boss. Teach them who boss. You let them know who boss. Don't let them tell you who boss. Say you boss. Say I the boss. Say look at me now. I am the captain.
Blessings to you.
Oh my life be like
Ask and learn.
Ask and learn. Do you +3 summoning skills? Boy, +3 summoning skill wand. I like them summoning skills, and I'm gonna put it on. I don't care. You ready to go? Let's go. I am 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 1 and a 2 and a shut the door and a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 1 and a 2 and a shut the door. Dag nabbit. Amethyst, flawless emerald, ooh, flawless topaz, a diamond. Got a nice little collection brewing. A nice little collection. Ow. I love that you guys are counting my topazes. You're like, oh, he needs one more topaz to complete his armor. Just one more topaz, my boys. We can do it. Just one more topaz and we can get a perfect one. Slap it down in our armor and we will be magic finding kings. Come on down and you will see we can do some stuff with the put some magic find gear in the ground and make them fear. You're counting on me. We're counting on you. You can do it. Golem Lord's Bone Wand of the Vampire. Golem Lord. Get them Golem Lords. Golem Lord's Wand of the Vampire.
I can't do that here.
Got them dang Golem Lords. Oh, I forgot to repair. That's what I forgot to do. I forgot to repair. Farah, I need you to repair my jank for me, please. Thank you. Ow. No pressure. No pressure, my friend. No pressure.
Impossible.
What? Nothing in the chest. What kind of BS is that? Wow, I four-weighted. Thanks, guys. You totally believed in me. You knew I could do it. Little did you know that I was actually going to pull it off. Little did you know. One more way left. It's the only one. It's the only one left. Oh, hello there. Ow. I'm being rude. And away we go. Ow, you and your stupid ice damage, and I have 5% ice resistance. Don't do that. Hurts.
It was not horizontal.
Seekers of the Tomb of Russia. Know ye this, that here inscribed upon the walls are the false tombs of Tal Rasha. Whoa, that's kind of creepy, actually. I got the same exact one that I had in the normal difficulty. Same exact one. What people been saying about my hamster video? That's what I want to know. I need to check my hamster video comments. Server hamster time. Yeah, you got super dead. Maybe I'll get lucky in the entrance to Andariel's little tomb area. We'll be like right next to the door. I've had it happen before. Ooh, Thor. Don't mind if I do. Mind Venom of the Grill.
I can't carry anymore.
Alright, let's get to R2. Everybody blocking our way. I'm being turds. I got time for all that crap. Harvey the Wonder Hamster. Ow.
I am overburdened.
Stop making me ouch. Hey, I did get lucky and it's right by the door. You know what that means? That means I can farm Duriel a little bit. Not that I would ever really farm Duriel in like normal situations, but like this is a really easy farm. Time to farm some Duriel, Duriel, Duriel. Time to farm some Duriel. Found a Sorky neck. +1 sorceress skill levels. Woo! Woo!
Good day.
Ugh.
Faith, I feel it is an honor to serve you.
Everybody always got something to say. Everybody always got something to say to me. And they always wanna come over and ask for pity. I don't really know what to do for them, 'cause they just are really weird and I wanna count my gems. Hell yeah, I'm farming some TP scrolls. Alright, Daryl, you got what it takes to kill my army? I mean, yeah, it's gonna take a while for my army to chew through him because he's slowing them all down, but it'll happen. Oh no, he killed one skeleton. How dare he? E8 Duriel's got a little bit of hit points. I mean, really not much I can do. Oh no, my golem's almost dead. Recast the golem! Man, this is one of the slowest Duriel kills. Actually, you know what? I take that back. I've seen slower. I've seen slower. I've done slower. I've seen slower and done slower. I think the mages are actually doing a pretty nice little amount of damage themselves. The melees are having a lot of trouble because slows target by slows down melees. But slows target by does not work on the mages, so the mages are actually firing at full speed. I don't know if you guys know that, but slows target doesn't work on casting speed. He still does, Jeremy. The trick is that you gotta have your minions up beforehand. Plague Bearer. You had to give me Plague Bearer. I mean, if it was if I was using an Act 5 Merc, it actually wouldn't be a halfway bad, like, low-level melee sword. But it has absolutely no use to me whatsoever on this particular character. A freaking Ravenclaw. Which is actually really nice for a level 15 character. Even a level 15 Necromancer can get good use out of it, but... give me a bunch of junk.
Hello. I thank you. I came too late. Now, destruction is let loose upon the world once more.
This is terrible.
Vara, take this sword because I don't need it. And as much as I really would like to hang on to Ravenclaw, I'm just not really sure like there's any situation where I'd actually get good use out of it. And this freaking weird-ass wand with 30 cold res, 31% fire res, 16% poison res,
Good day.
and 20% faster cast, which would be amazing for like a little sorceress or something. You had a Golem Iron Maiden scum him on normal. You talking about Andariel, Fuzzy Puppet? My skeletons just ripped him a new one in normal difficulty, P8. You just gotta build your character right.
How do I? The Ark.
The Archangel Cyril put his butthole up to the wall.
Gerund.
Well, I made it to Act 3.
Greetings. Welcome. Yes.
I do have work tomorrow, so unfortunately I'm going to have to cut this short. I do want to kill Andariel one more time, though, before I call it quits today. Hopefully he won't give me 6 Town Portal Scrolls. I'm out of TPs. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it.
Thank all.
I didn't realize I ran out of TPs that fast. Oh, I got the joke too. I make that joke all the time. Tyrael is so silly there. He's like, hello, mortal, but I did expect you sooner. Like, well, if you gave me a dang map, and if I didn't have to put together the 2 halves of the sacred Herodric staff, and hunt down a freaking staff in the middle of a maggot lair. And if you told me which tomb was the right tomb. You know what, Andariel? Let's not even talk about this, okay? Because it's making me mad. I leveled up, nice. Another point into the mages. Oh, Jesus. So many little monsters trying to hunt me down. He got time. And it was literally right here, right? Need to keep an eye out for a 2-socket shield as well. Totally forgot. Need to make my Merca Rhyme shield. Andariel, Andariel, please don't give me 6 scrolls of town portal. Andariel, the farting Puriel. I don't want 6 scrolls of town portal, please. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6. P8 Andariel, my friends. P8 Andariel. His butthole is ragged. Oh, look, some maggots for me to squish. Is that your brother, Andariel? I wonder if I teleport on top of him, would it help the DPS output? I'm kind of curious. I don't know if it's any better. Maybe a little bit faster. Looks like a couple of the mages bought it though, because I focused them. So he's able to hit the mages. He wasn't able to hit the mages before. So the teleporting on top of him unfortunately got the mages killed. Which is gonna slow me down considerably once they're all gone. Yeah. So teleporting on top of Andariel, not really a good idea. Let the mages spread out. Keeps the mages safe. Let the warriors take the brunt of it, along with the golem. Demon-eyed boots and a cleaver. Very slim chance that these are better than mine. 30% faster run walk with 38% lightning res. Could come in handy if I'm in a place with lots and lots of lightning monsters. Holy Jesus.
Impossible.
That's some broken-ass jank I just found. That is actually really good. +2 Sork with +3 Fire Mastery. That's literally +5 Fire Mastery with 17 energy and 55 mana. Why can't I ever find that? Like if I was doing a solo self-found sorceress, I would never find that. Ever. Freaking dumb. I kind of want to just like hold on to it just to look at it. It's just like, look at this amazing thing I found. The blood song. They're like, yeah, but you're a necromancer. You can't just shut up, okay? It's pretty. It's pretty. Alright guys and gals, it's been fun, but I need to get to some sleep. I do have a double shift tomorrow, and also, of course, you know, we've got the potential announcement of PTR and whatever the hell's going on. Look forward to my live stream if there is any kind of information, because I will most likely do a live stream on whatever they come out with. I also have 2 videos coming out tomorrow. For those of you who hung around with me all day, I don't see any reason why not to let you know what's coming. So tomorrow is the Eaglehorn Crusader's Bow, which is actually a rather interesting one. And Silkweaves, believe it or not. I never did the Silkweaves boots for some reason, and so I had to fix those. So I'll be talking about the boots that I just found. I was actually really excited when I found the Silkweaves. So Eaglehorn Crusader's Bow is going to be at like 8 a.m. tomorrow, and the Silkweaves will be at 12 in the afternoon. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos. I appreciate the donations. Thank you very much for that. And Aggro, thanks for being a member for another month. I appreciate that too. And as always, watch my dang server hamster video, you bastards.